gentle biography series. Today, I've prepared the biography of Nelson Mandela. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. The evening is a special time, isn't it, as the world outside grows quiet. We have this moment together to explore the remarkable life of a man who changed history. Nelson Mandela's story is one of perseverance, forgiveness, and profound humanity, perfect to contemplate as you drift toward peaceful slumber. Now calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. Let your breathing slow as we begin our journey through the life of South Africa's beloved Madiba. Feel your body relax as you settle in, and allow the gentle cadence of my voice to guide you toward restful dreams. In the gentle rolling hills of the Eastern Cape of South Africa, where the sky stretches endlessly blue above the grassy landscapes, a child was born on July 18, 1918. This child, named Raleigh Mandela, would one day be known to the world as Nelson Mandela. But on that warm summer day, he was simply a newborn baby, welcomed into the royal family of the Thembu tribe in a small village called Ambience. Raleigh, a name which ironically meant troublemaker in the Xhosa language, was born into a world very different from our own. His father, Gadla Henry Mfakaniswa, was a local chief and counselor to the monarch. His mother, Noskeni Fanny, was the third of his father's 4 wives. The rhythms of life in this rural village flowed with the seasons, with cattle herding and agriculture forming the backbone of daily existence. The soft morning light would filter through the simple homes of Mvizo, where young Raleigh spent his earliest days. The village nestled along the banks of the Mbash River, a gentle watercourse that meandered through the landscape, providing water for crops and livestock. The sound of this river, with its soothing babble over smooth stones, formed part of the soundtrack of Mandela's earliest memories. When Raleigh was just 2 years old, his father was involved in a dispute with the local colonial magistrate. This disagreement led to his father being stripped of his chieftainship, a development that would dramatically alter the course of the family's life. The loss of status meant the loss of cattle, land, and income. In response to these challenging circumstances, Mandela's mother took him to the village of Quinu, where they would begin a new chapter in their lives. Quinu was a small collection of huts where life unfolded at an unhurried pace. Here, in this tranquil setting, young Raleigh began to learn about the world. The village was situated in a narrow, grassy valley, crisscrossed by clear streams, where Raleigh and other children would play. The hills surrounding Quinu were dotted with large, smooth boulders, which provided perfect natural slides for the children. In later years, Mandela would recall these carefree days with great fondness, remembering how he and his friends would glide down the rocks until their backsides were rubbed raw. The gentle rhythm of childhood in Quinu was marked by simple pleasures and early responsibilities. Like other boys his age, Raleigh Lala spent his days herding cattle, playing with homemade toys crafted from natural materials, and absorbing the rich oral traditions of his people. In the evenings, as the golden African sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, he would listen to the elders tell stories around the fire. These tales, passed down through generations, spoke of ancestors, of brave warriors, of the history of the Xhosa people, and of the values that should guide a person through life. When Raleigh Lala was about 7 years old, his father came to visit him in Quinu. Gadla was ill, and sensing that his time was short, he requested that his son be placed under the guardianship of Chief Jongintaba Dalindiebo, the acting regent of the Thembu people. This decision would prove pivotal in shaping the course of young Mandela's life, opening doors to education and experiences that might otherwise have remained closed to him. Following his father's passing, Raleigh Lala moved to the great place at Mqhekisweni, the royal residence of Chief Jongintaba. The great place was a much grander setting than the humble surroundings of Quinu. Here, Mandela was treated with the same care and consideration as the regent's own children. He observed the chief's leadership style closely, noting how Jongintaba led not by force, but by consensus, seeking to find agreement among differing viewpoints. These early observations would later influence Mandela's own approach to leadership and conflict resolution. It was at this time that Raleigh Lala began his formal education. On his first day of school, his teacher, Miss Mdingane, gave him the name Nelson, following the custom of giving all school children English names. This was a common practice in colonial Africa, a reflection of the British influence that permeated many aspects of life, even in rural areas. In the classroom, young Nelson showed a keen intellect and a thirst for knowledge. The schoolhouse was a simple structure, but within its walls, new worlds opened up to him through books and learning. He studied English, Xhosa, history, and geography, absorbing information with an eagerness that set him apart from many of his peers. While at Mqhekisweni, Nelson also participated in the traditional rituals and ceremonies that marked important transitions in a young man's life. When he was 16, he underwent the traditional Xhosa circumcision ritual, which signified his transition from boyhood to manhood. This ceremony, known as Ulwaluko, involved a period of seclusion, during which the initiates received instruction on the responsibilities of manhood and the expectations of their community. After completing his primary education, Nelson was sent to Clarkbury Boarding Institute, a Wesleyan secondary school. This was a significant step up from his previous schooling, exposing him to a more rigorous academic environment and a more diverse group of students. The school was run with strict discipline, instilling in its pupils a sense of order and responsibility. From Clarkberry, Nelson progressed to Healdtown, a Wesleyan college in Fort Beaufort, which was the largest African secondary school in South Africa at the time. Here, the educational emphasis was on English language and culture, with the curriculum designed to prepare students for lives of service within the colonial system. Despite the Eurocentric focus of his education, Nelson maintained a strong connection to his Xhosa heritage, balancing the two worlds he inhabited. In 1939, after completing his junior certificate at Healdtown, Nelson enrolled at the University College of Fort Hare, the only residential center of higher learning for blacks in South Africa at that time. Fort Hare was an elite institution that educated many of the future leaders of Southern Africa, including several of Mandela's contemporaries, who would later become prominent figures in the struggle against apartheid. At Fort Hare, Nelson studied for a Bachelor of Arts degree and became involved in student politics, joining the Students' Representative Council. It was here that he first met Oliver Tambo, who would become one of his closest friends and a fellow leader in the anti-apartheid movement. The university environment fostered intellectual growth and political awareness, exposing Nelson to new ideas and perspectives that would shape his evolving worldview. However, Nelson's time at Fort Hare came to an abrupt end when he was expelled for participating in a student protest. The students had been dissatisfied with the quality of food provided by the university, and Nelson, as a member of the Student Representative Council, had taken a stand on the issue. His expulsion was a significant setback, but it also marked a turning point in his life, prompting him to reflect more deeply on issues of justice and fairness. Upon learning of Nelson's expulsion, Chief Jongintaba was displeased. He had high hopes for his ward and had arranged a marriage for him with a suitable young woman. Nelson, however, was not ready for marriage and did not wish to have his future decided for him. Rather than submit to the chief's authority, he and Justice, the chief's son, who was facing a similar arranged marriage, decided to flee to Johannesburg. The journey to Johannesburg was a significant departure from the rural life Nelson had known. The city was a bustling metropolis, the industrial and commercial heart of South Africa, where gold mining drove the economy, and people from various backgrounds coexisted in a complex social hierarchy. The stark contrast between this urban environment and the traditional rural settings of his youth provided Nelson with new perspectives on South African society. In Johannesburg, Nelson initially found work as a night watchman at a mine compound. This humble beginning in the city was short-lived, as he was soon fired when the compound manager discovered he had run away from home. This setback led to his introduction to Walter Sisulu, a real estate agent who would become a lifelong friend and political ally. Sisulu helped Nelson secure a position as an articled clerk at the law firm of Witkin, Seidelsky, and Eidelman. While working at the law firm, Nelson pursued his studies through correspondence, completing his BA degree through the University of South Africa. He then enrolled at the University of Witwatersrand to study law. At WITS, as the university was commonly known, Nelson was one of very few black students, and he experienced firsthand the racial disparities that characterized South African society. It was during this period that Nelson became increasingly involved in political activities. The 1940s were a time of growing political consciousness among black South Africans, with organizations like the African National Congress, ANC, advocating for greater rights and representation. Nelson, along with Sisulu, Tambo, and others, formed the ANC Youth League in 1944, seeking to invigorate the organization with a more assertive approach to challenging racial discrimination. In the same year, Nelson married Evelyn Mace, a nurse and cousin of Walter Sisulu. The couple moved into a small house in Orlando, Soweto, and soon started a family. Their first child, a son named Madiba Thembeko, was born in 1945, followed by a daughter, Makazu, who sadly died in infancy. Later, they would have 2 more children, a son, Makgatho, and another daughter, also named Makazu in honor of their deceased child. As Nelson's political involvement deepened, tensions arose in his marriage. Evelyn, a devout Jehovah's Witness, disapproved of his political activities and the time they took him away from his family. The strain eventually led to their separation in 1955 and divorce in 1958. Throughout the 1940s and early 1950s, Nelson's political consciousness continued to evolve. He was influenced by the writings of Marx, Lenin, and Gandhi, as well as by the discussions and debates he engaged in with fellow activists. He became increasingly convinced that the struggle for freedom and equality in South Africa required a multifaceted approach, combining legal advocacy, mass mobilization, and when necessary, more direct forms of resistance. The early life of Nelson Mandela, from his birth in a small village to his emergence as a political activist in Johannesburg, laid the foundation for the remarkable journey that would follow. The values instilled in him during his childhood in the Eastern Cape, the education he received at mission schools and universities, and the relationships he formed with mentors, friends, and fellow activists, all contributed to shaping the man who would one day lead South Africa out of the darkness of apartheid and into a new era of democracy and reconciliation. As the stars twinkled softly in the night sky above South Africa, the young man who had once slid down boulders in Quinu was beginning to chart a course that would not only transform his own life, but would ultimately change the destiny of a nation. But that part of the story would unfold in the years to come, as Nelson Mandela stepped fully into his role as a freedom fighter, political prisoner, and eventually the first black president of a democratic South Africa. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle rolling hills of the eastern Cape of South Africa, in a small village called Ambience, near the Ambience River, a child was born on July 18, 1918. This child, named Nelson Mandela, would later become known to the world as Nelson Mandela. How fitting this name would prove to be for a man who would one day shake the very foundations of an unjust system. The Mandela family belonged to the Thembu people, a Xhosa-speaking group that had lived in the region for countless generations. The Xhosa people are known for their rich oral traditions, their respect for ancestral wisdom, and their deep connection to the land. These cultural elements flowed through Nelson's veins from his earliest days, forming the bedrock of his identity long before he became a global icon for justice and reconciliation. Nelson's father, Gadla Henry Mfakiniswa Mandela, was a local chief and counselor to the Thembu royal family. He was a man of dignity and respect in the community, known for his unwavering sense of justice. Though Nelson would later recall that his father had a stern demeanor, he also remembered him as a man who valued fairness above all else. Gadla had 4 wives, as was customary in their culture, and Nelson was born to his 3rd wife, Noskenny Fanny. Noskenny Fanny was a woman of remarkable strength and gentleness. She was a devout Christian who would later influence her son's education at mission schools. Her quiet resilience and nurturing spirit provided a soft counterbalance to Gadla's more authoritative presence in young Nelson's life. From his mother, Nelson learned patience and compassion, qualities that would serve him well during the long, difficult years that lay ahead. The rhythm of life in Mvizo followed ancient patterns that had sustained the Xhosa people for generations. Days were marked by the rising and setting of the sun, by the changing of the seasons, and by the communal activities that bound the village together. Young Nelson absorbed these rhythms, watching as elders gathered to discuss important matters, listening to the stories told around evening fires, and learning the ways of his people through direct experience rather than formal instruction. When Nelson was just 2 years old, his father was involved in a dispute with a local colonial magistrate. Refusing to bend to unjust demands, Gadla lost his position as chief. This act of defiance against authority would later echo in his son's life, though Nelson was too young at the time to understand its significance. The family then moved to Quinu, another small village, where Nelson would spend the formative years of his childhood. Quinu was a place of simple beauty, with grassy hills, clear streams, and scattered homesteads. Here, young Nelson herded cattle, played with other children, and began to learn the unwritten codes of conduct that governed Thembu society. He watched as decisions were made in community gatherings where everyone had a chance to speak, until consensus was reached. An early exposure to the democratic principles that would later become so important to him. The Xhosa tradition of storytelling was particularly influential in Nelson's early development. In the evenings, elders would share tales of ancestral heroes, of battles fought and wisdom gained. These stories were not merely entertainment, they were vessels of cultural knowledge, moral instruction, and historical memory. Through them, Nelson learned about courage, integrity, and the importance of standing up for what is right, lessons that would shape his character in profound ways. One particular story that made a lasting impression on young Nelson was that of Ensikana, an early Xhosa Christian prophet who had advocated for peaceful coexistence with European settlers while maintaining cultural pride. Another was the tale of Makunda, a warrior who had led resistance against British colonial forces. These contrasting approaches to dealing with oppression, one peaceful, one militant, would later inform Nelson's own evolving strategies for confronting apartheid. The Mandela family practiced traditional Xhosa customs, while also embracing certain aspects of Christianity, creating a syncretic worldview that honored both ancestral wisdom and new spiritual perspectives. This blending of traditions gave Nelson a flexible mindset, an ability to see value in different approaches that would later enable him to build bridges between divided communities. When Nelson was about 9 years old, his father passed away from tuberculosis. This loss marked a significant turning point in his life. Following Xhosa custom, Nelson's mother took him to the great place at Mkuhekisweni, the royal residence of Chief Jongintaba Dalindiebo, who was acting as regent for the Thembu people. Jongintaba had promised Gadla that he would become young Nelson's guardian, ensuring that the boy received a good education. Life at the great place exposed Nelson to a different level of Thembu society. Here, he observed how the regent administered justice, resolved disputes, and maintained harmony within the community. He watched as people from all walks of life came to seek the chief's counsel, learning valuable lessons about leadership and governance. The regent treated Nelson as his own son, alongside his biological son Justice and his heir apparent, Justice's older brother. Education now took on a more formal structure in Nelson's life. He attended a local mission school, where he was given the name Nelson by a teacher, as was common practice for African children in colonial schools. This English name would later become known worldwide, though his Xhosa name and identity remained central to his sense of self throughout his life. The mission schools that Nelson attended were run by Methodist missionaries who emphasized Christian values, Western education, and what they considered civilized behavior. While these schools introduced him to new ideas and opened doors to further education, they also represented the complex relationship between indigenous African cultures and European colonial influence. Nelson learned to navigate these different worlds, taking what was valuable from each while maintaining his core identity. As Nelson grew older, he participated in the traditional Kosa initiation ceremony that marked the transition from boyhood to manhood. This ritual, which included circumcision and a period of seclusion during which initiates received instruction in tribal history and the responsibilities of adulthood, was a profound experience that deepened his connection to his cultural heritage. During this time, elders shared wisdom about what it meant to be a Thembu man, to show courage, to respect others, to contribute to the community, and to uphold justice. The concept of Ubuntu, a Nguni Bantu term often translated as "I am because we are," or humanity towards others, was central to the worldview that Nelson absorbed from his culture. This philosophy emphasizes the interconnectedness of human beings and the importance of compassion, reciprocity, dignity, harmony, and humanity in our relationships with others. Ubuntu would later inform Nelson's approach to reconciliation and nation building in post-apartheid South Africa. Family gatherings were important occasions in the Mbu culture, bringing together extended family members to celebrate, mourn, resolve conflicts, and strengthen bonds. These gatherings reinforced the idea that an individual's identity was inseparable from their place within the larger family and community. Nelson's sense of responsibility to others, his understanding that personal freedom was meaningless without the freedom of one's people, grew from these early experiences of communal identity. After completing his primary education, Nelson attended Clarkbury Boarding Institute and then Healdtown, a Wesleyan secondary school. At these institutions, he excelled academically while also developing an interest in African history and the growing political movements that were beginning to challenge colonial rule across the continent. His horizons were expanding beyond the boundaries of the Mbu society, though he carried its values with him as he moved through these new environments. In 1939, Nelson enrolled at the University College of Fort Hare, the only residential center of higher learning for blacks in South Africa at that time. Here, he met Oliver Tambo, who would become a lifelong friend and political ally. Fort Hare exposed Nelson to students from different ethnic backgrounds who shared a common experience of discrimination and a growing determination to change the unjust system under which they lived. It was during this period that Nelson began to develop a more political consciousness, influenced not only by his own experiences, but by the discussions and debates that took place among students. The values instilled in him by his Thembu upbringing, respect for human dignity, fairness, and community responsibility, now found expression in more explicitly political terms. Nelson's family had always expected that he would eventually take up a role as a counselor to the Thembu royal house, following in his father's footsteps. However, when the regent arranged marriages for both Nelson and Justice without consulting them, Nelson chose to defy this plan, unable to accept this violation of his personal freedom. He fled to Johannesburg along with justice, breaking with tradition, but carrying with him the deeper values of his heritage. In Johannesburg, Nelson encountered a world vastly different from the rural Eastern Cape. The city was a place of stark contrasts, where extreme wealth existed alongside desperate poverty, where different cultures collided and sometimes blended, and where the machinery of racial segregation was becoming increasingly entrenched. Yet even in this urban environment, Nelson maintained connections to his roots through friendships with other Xhosa people and participation in cultural activities that kept his heritage alive. Nelson's family history continued to influence him even as he forged a new path. He often thought of his father's courage in standing up to unjust authority, his mother's quiet strength, and the wisdom of the elders who had shaped his early understanding of the world. These memories provided a source of strength and guidance as he navigated the challenges of urban life and political activism. Throughout the 1940s and early 1950s, as Nelson's political consciousness continued to evolve under the influence of various philosophical traditions, and through his engagement with fellow activists, he remained grounded in the values of his ancestry. The writings of Marx, Lenin, and Gandhi offered new frameworks for understanding oppression and resistance, but these were always filtered through the lens of his own cultural background and personal experiences. Nelson's approach to leadership reflected the democratic traditions he had observed in Thembu community gatherings, where consensus was valued and every voice deserved to be heard. His commitment to justice echoed the principles he had seen applied in the regent's court. His ability to forgive his oppressors and work toward reconciliation rather than revenge drew strength from the concept of Ubuntu that was woven into the fabric of his cultural heritage. As the soft blanket of night continues to envelop us, we can imagine young Nelson sitting by a fire in Quinu, listening to the stories of his ancestors, or standing respectfully in the regent's court at Mkuhekisweni, absorbing lessons about fairness and dignity that would one day help heal a wounded nation. The journey from those humble beginnings to global icon was long and arduous, filled with sacrifice and suffering. But the roots that anchored him remained strong throughout. The stars that shone over the Eastern Cape in Nelson's childhood were the same stars that later kept him company during his long imprisonment on Robben Island. The wisdom of his ancestors sustained him during those dark years, reminding him of who he was and what he stood for. And when finally the dawn of freedom broke over South Africa, Nelson Mandela stood ready to lead not with bitterness or vengeance, but with the deep understanding of humanity that had been nurtured in him from his earliest days among the Thembu people. As our eyes grow heavy and sleep begins to beckon, we can take comfort in knowing that the story of Nelson Mandela reminds us of the enduring power of cultural roots and family heritage to shape a life of meaning and purpose. The gentle rhythm of his journey from Mvizo to the world stage carries us toward peaceful slumber, where perhaps we too might dream of a world made more just and compassionate through the wisdom passed down through generations. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle rolling hills of the eastern cape of South Africa, where the sky stretches endlessly blue above the grassy landscape, a young boy named Nelson Mandela took his first steps into the world. The year was 1918, and the village of Mvizo sat peacefully along the banks of the Mbash River, a place where time seemed to move with the natural rhythms of the earth and sky. The soft whisper of tall grasses in the breeze and the distant lowing of cattle created a soothing backdrop to daily life in this remote corner of the world. Young Nelson's earliest memories formed in this tranquil setting, where the Thembu people had lived for generations, tending their cattle and cultivating their crops according to ancient traditions. The village consisted of simple round huts with thatched roofs, called rondavels, scattered across the undulating landscape. These humble dwellings, made of mud walls and earthen floors, kept cool during the warm days and retained heat during the cool nights, creating a natural harmony with the environment that surrounded them. The morning light would filter gently through the doorway of the family's rondavel, gradually illuminating the interior where Nelson slept alongside his siblings. The soft sounds of his mother preparing the morning meal would gently pull him from slumber. The aroma of cooking porridge would fill the small space, mixing with the earthy scent of the clay floor and the sweet smell of the thatched roof overhead. These sensory experiences formed the foundation of Nelson's understanding of home and belonging. Outside, the village would slowly come to life as the golden sunlight spread across the hills. Women would emerge from their homes carrying clay pots on their heads, walking with graceful dignity to collect water from the nearby river. Their colorful skirts swayed gently with each step, creating a rhythmic visual pattern against the green and brown landscape. The sound of their soft conversations and occasional laughter floated through the morning air, creating a sense of community that enveloped everyone within hearing distance. When Nelson was just 2 years old, his family moved from Mvizo to the village of Quinu, about 20 miles away. This move came after his father, Gadla Henry Mfakaniuswa, lost his position as headman due to a dispute with a local colonial magistrate. This early disruption in young Nelson's life foreshadowed the many changes and challenges he would face throughout his journey. Though at such a tender age, he would have been aware only of the new sights and sounds that surrounded him in his new home. Quinu was nestled in a narrow grassy valley, crisscrossed by clear streams, where Nelson would spend many happy hours of his childhood. The village was larger than Mvizo, but still maintained the same peaceful pace of life. Here, the rondavels were scattered more widely across the hillsides, and the paths between homes wound through fields where crops grew in neat rows. The soft rustling of maize plants in the gentle breeze created a soothing natural lullaby that accompanied daily activities. As Nelson grew old enough to venture out on his own, he began to explore the natural world around him. The hills surrounding Quinu became his playground, where he and other boys would slide down the smooth slopes on bent-over aloe plants, their laughter echoing across the valley. The cool, clear streams provided relief from the summer heat, the water bubbling gently over smooth stones as the children splashed and played. These carefree moments in nature helped shape Nelson's character, instilling in him a deep connection to the land and an appreciation for simple pleasures. The changing seasons brought different rhythms to life in Quinu. During the warm summer months, afternoon thunderstorms would roll across the hills, the distant rumble growing closer, until the rain would fall in heavy sheets, drumming against the thatched roofs and creating a cozy sanctuary inside the rondavels. The family would gather close, perhaps listening to stories told by elders, their voices barely audible above the soothing patter of raindrops. After the storms passed, the air would be filled with the fresh, clean scent of rain-soaked earth, and the landscape would seem to sigh with contentment. In winter, mornings dawned with a crisp chill, and thin wisps of smoke would rise from each rondavel as fires were kindled to warm the homes. Nelson would emerge wrapped in a blanket, his breath visible in the cool air as he joined other children to help with morning chores. The winter sun cast long shadows across the frost-covered ground, gradually warming the earth as the day progressed. These seasonal changes taught Nelson patience and resilience, qualities that would serve him well throughout his life. The social environment of Nelson's childhood was as formative as the physical landscape around him. The Thembu people lived according to traditional customs and values that emphasized respect for elders, community responsibility, and the importance of oral history. Young Nelson absorbed these cultural teachings through daily interactions and formal instruction, learning his place within the complex social structure of his community. Family life centered around the hearth, where meals were prepared and shared. In the evenings, the family would gather around the fire, its warm glow illuminating their faces as they ate together from communal dishes. The flickering flames created dancing shadows on the walls of the rondavel, adding a magical quality to the stories that were shared after the meal. These stories, passed down through generations, contained the wisdom, values, and history of the Thembu people, and Nelson listened with rapt attention, storing away lessons that would guide him throughout his life. Nelson's mother, No Skinny Fanny, was a gentle presence in his early years. Her soft voice and tender care providing a foundation of love and security. She had converted to Christianity and made sure her children attended the local mission school, where Nelson received his first formal education. The walk to school each morning took him along winding paths through fields of swaying grass, the dew still clinging to the blades in the early morning light. Birds would call to one another from the scattered trees, their melodic songs accompanying his journey to and from the small schoolhouse. At school, Nelson was given the English name Nelson by his teacher, as was the custom for all African children. This duality of identity, Raleigh Lala at home and Nelson at school, reflected the broader cultural tensions at play in South Africa during this time. The colonial influence was gradually reshaping traditional ways of life, introducing new languages, religions, and social structures that existed alongside indigenous practices. Young Nelson navigated these different worlds with curiosity and adaptability, traits that would later enable him to bridge divides between diverse groups. When Nelson was 9 years old, his life changed dramatically once again with the death of his father, according to Thembu custom. He was then sent to live in the Great Place at Mkuhekisweni, the royal residence of Chief Jongintaba Dalindiebo, the acting regent of the Thembu people. This move from the simple village life of Quenu to the more formal setting of the regent's court expanded Nelson's horizons and exposed him to new influences that would shape his understanding of leadership and justice. Mkuhekisweni was larger and more imposing than the villages where Nelson had previously lived. The Great Place consisted of numerous buildings arranged around a central courtyard, where important community gatherings and ceremonies took place. The regent's house was the largest structure, built in a Western style with multiple rooms and a tin roof instead of thatch. This blend of traditional and colonial architecture reflected the changing nature of South African society and the adaptation of indigenous leadership to new political realities. Life at the Great Place followed a more structured routine than Nelson had known before. He was now part of the regent's household, treated as a son alongside the regent's own children, Justice and Namafu. They ate at a table with utensils rather than from communal dishes on the floor. And Nelson was given new responsibilities befitting his position in the royal household. Despite these changes, the natural environment still played an important role in daily life, with the surrounding hills and valleys providing a familiar backdrop to this new chapter in his life. One of the most significant aspects of Nelson's time at Mkuhekisweni was his opportunity to observe the regent in his role as a traditional leader. Chief Jongintaba presided over tribal meetings and court sessions, where disputes were heard and decisions made according to Thembu custom. These gatherings took place beneath the spreading branches of a large tree in the courtyard, its dappled shade creating a natural council chamber where elders and community members could speak freely. Nelson would sit quietly at these meetings, absorbing the proceedings with keen interest. The air would be still except for the occasional rustling of leaves overhead, and the measured voices of those speaking before the regent. Each person was given time to express their views fully, without interruption, creating a rhythm of discourse that emphasized patience and careful listening. The regent would consider all perspectives before rendering judgment, demonstrating a form of democratic leadership that valued consensus and respect for individual dignity. These court sessions made a profound impression on young Nelson, planting seeds of understanding about justice, fairness, and the responsibilities of leadership that would later blossom in his own approach to governance. The traditional African concept of Ubuntu, the belief in a universal bond of sharing that connects all humanity, was evident in the way conflicts were resolved, with an emphasis on restoration of harmony rather than punishment alone. Education remained important during Nelson's time at Mqhekisweni. He attended a local mission school and later the Clarkbury Boarding Institute, where he continued to excel in his studies. The walk to Clarkbury took him through rolling countryside, past small farms and occasional clusters of rondavels. The landscape gradually changed as he moved further from Mqhekisweni, with more evidence of European settlement and agricultural practices. These journeys between different worlds helped Nelson develop a broader perspective on South African society and the various forces shaping its future. Throughout his childhood and adolescence, the natural environment remained a constant source of comfort and inspiration for Nelson. The vast skies above the Eastern Cape, whether brilliant blue in summer or dotted with stars on clear winter nights, gave him a sense of the infinite possibilities that lay beyond his immediate circumstances. The steady flow of rivers, the changing seasons, and the enduring presence of the ancient hills provided a reassuring continuity amid the personal and social changes he experienced. The sounds of rural life created a gentle soundtrack to Nelson's formative years. The soft lowing of cattle returning to their kraals at dusk, the rhythmic chopping of wood for cooking fires, the melodic calls of women working in the fields, and the distant thunder of summer storms rolling across the hills. These auditory memories would stay with him during later periods of his life, when he was far removed from the peaceful settings of his childhood. The sense of his early environment were equally powerful. The earthy smell of rain on dry soil, the sweet fragrance of wildflowers blooming after spring showers, the smoke from cooking fires curling up into the evening air, and the distinctive aroma of cattle and their dung, which was used to seal the floors of traditional homes. These olfactory impressions created deep connections to place and community that remained part of Nelson's identity throughout his journey. As Nelson grew older and continued his education, eventually leaving the Eastern Cape to pursue higher studies in Johannesburg, He carried with him the sensory memories and cultural values of his childhood environment. The physical landscapes of Mvizo, Quinu, and Mqhekisweni had shaped his understanding of the world, while the social structures and traditions of the Thembu people had instilled in him a sense of dignity, respect for others, and responsibility to community. The contrast between his rural upbringing and the urban environment he would later encounter highlighted for Nelson the disparities and injustices within South African society, yet the lessons learned during those formative years: patience, resilience, respect for all perspectives, and the importance of maintaining one's principles, provided a moral compass that would guide him through the challenges ahead. As sleep begins to envelop us, we can imagine the young boy who herded cattle on those rolling hills, listened attentively to the wisdom of elders under shade trees, and absorbed the natural rhythms of rural life, carrying those experiences within him as he grew into the man who would change the course of history. The gentle breezes that once rustled through the grasses of the Eastern Cape would later whisper courage and perseverance to him during his darkest hours, reminding him of who he was and where he came from. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. As Nelson grew older and continued his education, eventually leaving the Eastern Cape to pursue higher studies in Johannesburg, he carried with him the sensory memories and cultural values of his childhood environment. The physical landscapes of Mvizo, Quinu, and Mqhekisweni had shaped his understanding of the world, while the social structures and traditions of the Thembu people had instilled in him a sense of dignity, respect for others, and responsibility to community. The contrast between his rural upbringing and the urban environment he would later encounter highlighted for Nelson the disparities and injustices within South African society, yet the lessons learned during those formative years: patience, resilience, respect for all perspectives, and the importance of maintaining one's principles, provided a moral compass that would guide him through the challenges ahead. As sleep begins to envelop us, we can imagine the young boy who herded cattle on those rolling hills, listened attentively to the wisdom of elders under shade trees, and absorbed the natural rhythms of rural life, carrying those experiences within him as he grew into the man who would change the course of history. The gentle breezes that once rustled through the grasses of the Eastern Cape would later whisper courage and perseverance to him during his darkest hours, reminding him of who he was and where he came from. Nelson's formal education began at a local mission school, where he was given the name Nelson by a teacher on his first day. This was a common practice during those times, when African children were often given English names by their teachers. The classroom was simple, with wooden desks worn smooth by generations of eager learners before him. Sunlight would filter through the windows, casting warm patterns on the floor as young Nelson absorbed his earliest lessons. The chalk dust would dance in these beams of light, swirling gently as the teacher moved about the room. At the age of 7, Nelson became the first in his family to attend school. Picture him walking along dusty paths each morning, perhaps stopping occasionally to observe a butterfly or listen to birdsong before arriving at the small schoolhouse. His early education was provided by Methodist missionaries who emphasized not only academic subjects, but also Christian values of forgiveness, compassion, and service to others. These teachings would quietly take root in his young mind, later blossoming into the remarkable capacity for reconciliation that would define his leadership. His primary education unfolded softly and steadily. Like the gradual changing of seasons, Nelson showed a natural aptitude for learning, absorbing knowledge with the same patience and attention he had once devoted to watching over his father's cattle. His teachers noticed his quick mind and encouraged his studies, their gentle guidance helping to nurture his intellectual curiosity. In those formative classroom years, he developed a love for history and English literature, finding comfort and inspiration in stories of other times and places. When Nelson was around 9 years old, his father passed away, and his life took a significant turn. The regent of the Thembu people, Chief Jongantaba Dalindiebo, became his guardian and brought him to the royal residence at Mqhekisweni. There, amid the gentle rhythms of palace life, Nelson's education continued in new and enriching ways. The Great Place, as the royal residence was known, provided him with opportunities to observe traditional governance in action. Imagine him sitting quietly in the corner during meetings, watching as the chief listened to all voices before making decisions, learning the art of leadership through patient observation. At Mqhekisweni, Nelson attended Clarkbury Boarding Institute, a Methodist missionary school. The transition to boarding school brought new experiences. Sleeping in dormitories with other boys, the soft sounds of breathing, and occasional whispers in the night, the structured routine of bells marking the passage of time through each day. Here, he completed his junior certificate in 2 years rather than the usual 3. His mind absorbing knowledge like the fertile soil of his homeland absorbed the rain. Following Clarkbury, Nelson continued his secondary education at Healdtown, a Wesleyan college in Fort Beaufort. The institution was larger, the buildings more imposing, but still carried the same mission of providing education within a Christian framework. The daily routine was soothing in its predictability. Morning prayers as the sun rose, breakfast in the large dining hall with its murmur of conversations, classes throughout the day, and study periods in the evening when the golden light of oil lamps created pools of warmth in the growing darkness. At Healdtown, Nelson was exposed to more complex ideas and a wider range of subjects. The library, though modest by some standards, offered him windows into worlds beyond South Africa. Picture him sitting by a window, a book open on his lap, his finger tracing the lines of text as he absorbed the thoughts and experiences of others. The gentle turning of pages was like the soft rustling of leaves, a sound that accompanied his expanding consciousness. It was during these years that Nelson began to develop a deeper awareness of the political realities of South Africa. The conversations among students sometimes turned to questions of justice and equality, whispered discussions that planted seeds of thought in his developing mind. Yet these were still early days, and his political consciousness was like a seedling just beginning to push through soil present, but not yet fully formed. After completing his studies at Heeltown, Nelson was admitted to the University College of Fort Hare, the only residential center of higher learning for blacks in South Africa. At that time, the campus, nestled in the Eastern Cape, provided a serene setting for intellectual growth. Imagine the tree-lined paths where students would walk between classes, the solid brick buildings that housed classrooms and laboratories, the grassy quadrangles where young minds would gather to discuss ideas and dreams for the future. At Fort Hare, Nelson studied English, anthropology, politics, native administration, and Roman Dutch law. The lecture halls were places of quiet intensity, where professors shared knowledge that expanded his understanding of the world. In the evenings, students would gather in common rooms or dormitories, their voices a gentle hum as they debated concepts and theories. It was in these spaces, amid the soft glow of evening lamps and the comfortable presence of peers, that Nelson's intellectual foundations were further strengthened. His time at Fort Hare also brought him into contact with individuals who would become lifelong friends and allies, including Oliver Tambo. Their friendship began with shared classes and study sessions, conversations that flowed like gentle streams, sometimes quiet and reflective, other times bubbling with ideas and aspirations. These relationships provided Nelson with a community of like-minded individuals, a circle of support that would sustain him through later challenges. However, Nelson's time at Fort Hare came to an unexpected end when he was involved in a student protest. The university had held elections for the Student Representative Council, but Nelson and others felt the process was flawed. Rather than compromise his principles, he chose to leave the institution. This decision, made with the quiet certainty that characterized many of his choices, marked an important moment in his development, a willingness to stand by his convictions, even at personal cost. Returning to Mqhekiswini, Nelson found that Chief Jongintaba had arranged marriages for him and his cousin Justice. Unwilling to enter into such an arrangement, he made the momentous decision to leave for Johannesburg. Imagine him boarding the train, the rhythmic clicking of wheels on tracks, marking the beginning of a new chapter. The landscape outside the window gradually changing as he moved farther from the familiar surroundings of his youth. Johannesburg presented a stark contrast to to the rural environments of his upbringing. The city was a place of noise and motion, of tall buildings and crowded streets, of industry and commerce. Yet even amid the urban bustle, Nelson maintained the centered calm that had been cultivated during his childhood years. He found work as a night watchman at a mine compound. His shifts spent in quiet solitude that allowed for reflection and contemplation. Through a family connection, Nelson was introduced to Walter Sisulu, a real estate agent who would become one of his most important mentors. Sisulu helped him secure a position as an articled clerk at the law firm of Witkin, Seidelsky, and Eidelman. The office, with its shelves of law books and the soft rustling of papers, became another classroom for Nelson. Here, under the gentle guidance of Lazar Seidelsky, he began to learn the practical applications of law, observing how legal principles could be used to address injustices. While working at the law firm, Nelson enrolled at the University of South Africa, pursuing his studies through correspondence. Picture him at a small desk in his lodgings, reading by lamplight after long days at work, his determination evident in the steady way he progressed through his courses, the discipline required for such study, the patient accumulation of knowledge, the careful balancing of work and education, further shaped his character and capabilities. In 1943, Nelson began his Bachelor of Laws degree at the University of the Witwatersrand. As one of the few black students at the institution, he experienced both the intellectual stimulation of university life and the painful realities of racial discrimination. The campus, with its grand buildings and spacious grounds, was a place where ideas flowed freely. Yet social barriers remained firmly in place. Nelson navigated these contradictions with dignity, focusing on his studies while becoming increasingly aware of the systemic injustices that shaped South African society. During these years in Johannesburg, Nelson's political consciousness continued to develop. He became involved with the African National Congress, ANC, attending meetings where discussions of freedom and equality resonated with his own evolving beliefs. These gatherings, often held in community halls or private homes, were characterized by passionate but thoughtful exchanges. Imagine the scene: chairs arranged in circles, windows open to catch evening breezes, voices rising and falling as ideas were shared and debated. Nelson was particularly influenced by the writings of Mahatma Gandhi, whose philosophy of nonviolent resistance offered a powerful approach to challenging oppression. He would spend hours with Gandhi's books, absorbing the concepts of satyagraha, truth force, and ahimsa, nonviolence. These ideas settled into his consciousness like gentle rain, nourishing his understanding of how change might be achieved. Another significant influence during this period was the Marxist thought he encountered through his friendships with members of the Communist Party. While Nelson never fully embraced communist ideology, These interactions broadened his perspective on economic systems and social structures. The discussions would unfold like thoughtful conversations between friends, exploring complex ideas without haste or pressure, each participant contributing to a collective understanding. In 1944, Nelson joined with Walter Sisulu, Oliver Tambo, and others to form the ANC Youth League. This marked his transition from observer to active participant in the struggle for justice. The Youth League meetings were energetic yet purposeful, filled with the optimism of young minds committed to creating change. Picture them gathered around tables, drafting manifestos and planning actions, their voices blending in a harmony of shared purpose throughout this period of intellectual and political development. Nelson maintained connections with his cultural roots. He would sometimes attend traditional ceremonies or visit family in the Eastern Cape. These journeys providing opportunities to reconnect with the landscapes and customs that had shaped his early years. The contrast between rural traditions and urban politics created a rich tapestry of experience that informed his evolving worldview. Nelson's education was not confined to formal institutions or political organizations. His interactions with people from various backgrounds, fellow law clerks, university classmates, political associates, clients at the law firm, all contributed to his understanding of the complex society in which he lived. Each conversation, each shared meal or cup of tea, each glimpse into another's life experience added threads to the fabric of his knowledge. By 1952, Nelson had completed his law studies and together with Oliver Tambo opened the first black law firm in South Africa. The offices of Mandela and Tambo became a haven for those seeking justice in an unjust system. Imagine the quiet dignity of the space, the reassuring presence of the two lawyers as they listened to clients' concerns, the careful attention they gave to each case, regardless of how small it might seem. Through his legal practice, Nelson gained first-hand knowledge of the ways in which apartheid laws affected ordinary people's lives. Each client who came through the door brought not just a legal problem, but a human story, tales of families separated by past laws, of homes lost to forced removals, of opportunities denied because of skin color. These stories settled into Nelson's consciousness, deepening his commitment to creating a more just society. As we drift toward sleep, we can envision Nelson during these formative years. The student absorbed in his studies, the young lawyer building his practice, the emerging leader finding his voice. His education, both formal and informal, had prepared him for the role he would eventually play in South Africa's history. The patience he had learned as a child herding cattle, the respect for all voices he had observed in the chief's court, the intellectual rigor developed through his studies, the moral principles absorbed from various philosophical traditions. All these elements combined to shape the man who would one day lead his nation toward reconciliation and healing, the gentle rhythm of his development, from curious child to thoughtful student to committed activist, reminds us that great leaders are not born fully formed, but are shaped by experiences, relationships, and ideas encountered along life's path. As sleep embraces us, we can take comfort in this gradual unfolding of human potential, this patient journey toward wisdom that characterizes not just Nelson Mandela's story, but perhaps our own as well. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. Nelson Mandela's life was shaped by a constellation of mentors, teachers, and guides, each leaving an indelible mark on his character and convictions. From the rolling hills of his childhood in Quinu to the bustling streets of Johannesburg, he carried with him the wisdom of those who saw potential in him long before he recognized it in himself. Let us gently wander through these formative relationships, allowing their lessons to unfold like the slow turning of pages in a well-loved book. One of his earliest influences was Chief Jongintaba Dalindiebo, the regent who raised him after his father's passing. In the chief's court, young Nelson absorbed the art of listening, how leaders must hear all voices before making decisions, how justice requires patience and deliberation. The chief's wisdom was not imparted through lectures, but through quiet example, the way he settled disputes among villagers with fairness and respect. Even as a boy, Nelson noticed how the chief's authority was not wielded like a weapon, but like a guiding hand, a lesson that would later shape his own leadership style. Then there was Justice, the regent's son and Nelson's close friend, who introduced him to the wider world beyond the village. Together, they attended the Clarkberry Boarding Institute, where Nelson first encountered formal education. But it was not just books that expanded his mind. It was the conversations with Justice late at night, the debates about tradition and change, the shared dreams of what life could be beyond the confines of their upbringing. Justice's open-mindedness and curiosity encouraged Nelson to question, to explore, to see beyond the immediate horizons of his youth. At Healdtown, the Wesleyan College, where he continued his studies, another mentor emerged in the form of Reverend Seth Makatimi, a kind but firm teacher who believed in discipline tempered with compassion. The Reverend's sermons were not just about faith, but about dignity, how every person, regardless of background, carried inherent worth. This idea took root in Nelson's mind, quietly growing as he witnessed the injustices of apartheid in later years. Reverend Makatimi also had a way of making history feel alive, telling stories of African resistance and resilience that stirred something deep within his students. K. Matthews, a scholar whose lectures on African law and politics were more than academic exercises, they were calls to action. Matthews spoke of the interconnectedness of African struggles, how the fight for justice in South Africa was part of a larger tapestry of liberation movements across the continent. His words resonated with Nelson, planting seeds that would later blossom into his Pan-Africanist ideals. But perhaps more importantly, Matthews taught by example. His quiet dignity in the face of discrimination showed Nelson that resistance could take many forms, some as subtle as refusing to be diminished. Yet not all lessons came from teachers in classrooms. In Johannesburg, where Nelson worked as a law clerk, he crossed paths with Walter Sisulu, a man who would become both a lifelong friend and a guiding force. Sisulu, already involved in anti-apartheid activism, saw something in Nelson, a fire, a potential that others had not yet recognized. He introduced him to the African National Congress, gently nudging him toward political engagement. But Sisulu's mentorship was never overbearing. He allowed Nelson to find his own path, to ask his own questions, to arrive at his own convictions. Their bond was one of mutual respect, a partnership that would endure decades of struggle and imprisonment. Another pivotal figure was Oliver Tambo, Nelson's law partner and confidant. Their friendship was built on shared ideals, but also on a deep personal trust. Tambo's calm, methodical approach balanced Nelson's more fiery temperament. Together, they learned the power of complementary strengths. Their law firm, Mandela and Tambo, became more than a practice. It was a refuge for those crushed by apartheid's cruelty. Through their work, Nelson saw firsthand how the law could be both an instrument of oppression and a tool for justice, depending on whose hands wielded it. Tambo's steady presence reminded him that change required not just passion, but persistence. And then there were the quieter influences, the clients who walked into their office, carrying stories of loss and resilience. Each one taught Nelson something new about courage, about endurance. The elderly woman who had been evicted from her home, yet spoke of rebuilding. The young man arrested for defying past laws, who still believed in a better future. These encounters were not formal mentorships, but they shaped him just as deeply, reinforcing his belief in the dignity of ordinary people. Even in prison, mentors found him. On Robben Island, fellow political prisoners like Govan Mbeki and Ahmed Kathrada became his teachers once more. Mbeki, with his deep knowledge of Marxist theory, pushed Nelson to think critically about economic justice. Kathrada, with his sharp wit and unwavering optimism, reminded him that humor could be a form of resistance. In those long, hard years, these men sustained each other not just with shared struggle, but with shared wisdom. And so, as we drift toward sleep, we can picture Nelson Mandela not as a solitary figure, but as a man woven from the threads of many lives. His strength came not just from within, but from the voices that had guided him, the chief who taught him patience, the reverend who spoke of dignity, the professor who expanded his vision, the friends who stood beside him in struggle. These relationships were not just passing influences, they became part of him, shaping the leader he would become. As sleep softly settles over us, we might reflect on our own mentors, the people who have gently shaped our paths, just as Nelson carried the lessons of his teachers forward. So too do we carry the wisdom of those who have believed in us. And in that quiet realization, there is comfort, a reminder that no one walks alone, that we are all, in some way, the sum of those who have lifted us up. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. Long before the prison cell on Robben Island, before the speeches that would echo around the world, Nelson Mandela was a young man stepping hesitantly into the world of law and activism in Johannesburg. It was the 1940s, a time when the city hummed with the energy of migrants seeking work, its streets lined with the hopeful and the weary. The air smelled of dust and opportunity, of coal smoke and simmering discontent. Nelson arrived there wide-eyed, still carrying the lessons of his rural upbringing in the rolling hills of the Eastern Cape, where elders had taught him the value of listening before speaking, of observing before acting. His first job was as a night watchman at a mine, a humble beginning that allowed him to witness the harsh realities of labor under apartheid. He stood in the shadows, watching men return from grueling shifts underground, their faces streaked with sweat and exhaustion. He heard their murmurs of frustration, their quiet defiance. It was here, in the dim glow of lamplight, that he began to understand the deep inequalities woven into the fabric of South African society. Soon after, he found his way to the law firm of Witkin, Seidelski, and Eidelman, where he worked as a clerk. The firm was one of the few in Johannesburg willing to employ a black African. And though his tasks were often mundane, filing papers, serving notices, it was a doorway into the legal world. His employer, Lazar Seidelski, saw something in him, a sharp mind, a quiet determination. Seidelski became another mentor, encouraging Nelson to pursue his studies in law, even offering financial support when times were lean. In that small office, amid stacks of legal documents and the rhythmic clatter of typewriters, Mandela began to see how the law could be both a tool of oppression and, if wielded with courage, a weapon for justice. At the same time, he enrolled at the University of the Witwatersrand, one of the few black students in a sea of white faces. The lectures were challenging, the atmosphere often unwelcoming, but he pressed on, absorbing everything he could about constitutions and civil rights. It was here that he met fellow students who would become lifelong friends and comrades, people like Joe Slovo and Ruth First, young activists who spoke passionately about freedom and equality. Their conversations stretched late into the night, filled with debates about socialism, democracy, and the future of their country. But outside the university's halls, the world was changing rapidly. The National Party had come to power in 1948, and with it became the formalization of apartheid, a system designed to entrench racial segregation in every aspect of life. Signs declaring whites only appeared on benches, buses, and buildings. Passed laws tightened, restricting the movement of black South Africans. The air grew heavier with tension, and Mandela, now more aware than ever of the injustices around him, felt the pull toward activism. He joined the African National Congress, the ANC, an organization that had long fought for black rights, but was in need of fresh energy. Alongside other young leaders like Oliver Tambo and Walter Sisulu, he helped form the ANC Youth League, a group determined to shake the older generation from complacency. Their meetings were held in small rooms, the air thick with cigarette smoke and fervent discussion. They drafted manifestos, debated strategies, and dreamed of a South Africa where skin color did not determine destiny. In these early years, Mandela's legal career and activism grew side by side. With Oliver Tambo, he opened the first black-owned law firm in Johannesburg. Mandela and Tambo, their office, a modest space on Fox Street, became a haven for those who had nowhere else to turn. Day after day, people lined up outside, men and women who had been evicted from their homes, workers cheated of their wages, families torn apart by unjust laws. Mandela listened to each story, his voice calm, his presence steady. He knew the courts were often stacked against them, but he fought anyway, using the law to chip away at the fortress of apartheid, one case at a time. The work was exhausting, the victories small and hard-won. There were moments of frustration when the weight of the system seemed too much to bear. But in those moments, Mandela would think back to the mentors who had shaped him, the elders of his childhood, the professors who had challenged him, the colleagues who stood beside him. Their voices whispered in his mind, reminding him that change was slow. That patience was as important as passion. And so, as we let our thoughts drift like leaves on a quiet river, we can imagine the young Nelson Mandela sitting at his desk late into the night, reviewing case files by lamplight. Outside, the city murmured with life, laughter from a nearby shebeen, the distant whistle of a train, the hum of a country on the brink of transformation. He did not know then the full measure of the journey ahead, the decades of struggle and sacrifice that awaited him, but he knew this much: he would not walk it alone, and neither do we. As sleep wraps around us like a soft blanket, we can rest in the knowledge that every life is shaped by the hands that guide it, the voices that encourage it, the hearts that believe in it. Just as Mandela carried the wisdom of his teachers, so too do we carry the quiet strength of those who have walked beside us. And in that gentle truth, there is peace, drifting like clouds across the evening sky. We now move to the next part of this calming life story. Nelson Mandela's life unfolded like a long, patient river, carving pathways through rock and resistance, shaping the land around it with quiet persistence. His journey was not one of sudden, dramatic upheavals, but of steady, deliberate steps, each one building upon the last, each one guided by an unshakable belief in justice and human dignity. One of his earliest defining acts was the establishment of South Africa's first black law firm with his friend and comrade, Oliver Tambo. The office in Johannesburg became a refuge for those who had been silenced, a place where the oppressed could find a voice. Day after day, Mandela listened to stories of injustice, workers dismissed without pay, families torn apart by arbitrary laws, the grinding weight of apartheid pressing down on ordinary lives. He did not merely offer legal counsel, he offered hope. His method was not just to fight cases, but to dismantle the very system that made them necessary. He understood that true change required more than courtroom victories. It needed a movement, and so Mandela became one of the architects of the African National Congress Youth League, infusing the struggle with new energy. His speeches were not fiery proclamations meant to incite anger, but thoughtful, measured calls to action. He spoke of unity, of discipline, of the moral necessity of resistance. Even then, he knew that the fight would be long, that setbacks were inevitable. But he also knew that every small act of defiance was a seed planted in the soil of history, waiting for the right moment to grow. In the 1950s, as apartheid tightened its grip, Mandela helped organize the Defiance Campaign, a series of peaceful protests against unjust laws. Thousands walked through whites-only entrances, burned their passbooks, refused to comply. The government responded with violence, arrests, and harsher restrictions. But Mandela remained steadfast. He studied the methods of other freedom movements around the world, drawing inspiration from Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolence, from the labor strikes that had reshaped societies elsewhere. He believed that moral authority was more powerful than brute force, that the world would eventually have to take notice. Then came the Rivonia trial, the moment that would define Mandela's legacy in ways he could not yet foresee. Arrested and charged with sabotage, he stood before the court not as a defendant seeking mercy, but as a man unshaken in his convictions. His speech from the dock was not a plea for his life, but a declaration of principles. The words resonated far beyond that courtroom, echoing across continents, stirring the conscience of the world. The sentence was life imprisonment, but in truth, it was the apartheid regime that had been condemned. For 27 years, Mandela walked the narrow yard of Robben Island, then later Paulsmoor and Victor Verster prisons. The walls were high, the guards relentless, but his spirit remained unbroken. He turned his imprisonment into another kind of struggle, one of patience, of quiet resistance. He studied, he taught, he debated with his fellow prisoners, honing his understanding of law, politics, and human nature. He even learned Afrikaans, the language of his oppressors, not out of submission, but out of strategy, to negotiate one must understand. To lead, one must listen. And then, at last, the long winter began to thaw. The world had not forgotten. Protests, sanctions, the relentless pressure of global opinion forced the South African government to the table. When Mandela walked free in 1990, his fist raised in triumph, but his face serene, it was not as a conqueror, but as a reconciler. He knew that freedom would mean nothing if it was built on vengeance. The country teetered on the edge of chaos, but Mandela, with his deep, resonant voice and calming presence, became the steady hand guiding it toward peace. The negotiations were grueling, the compromises painful, but Mandela's greatest gift was his ability to see beyond the moment, to envision a future where former enemies could sit side by side. When the time came for South Africa's first democratic elections in 1994, he did not campaign on promises of retribution, but on the possibility of unity. Let us forget the past, he urged, not because the past did not matter, but because the future mattered more. As president, his work was not flashy, but foundational. He established the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, a groundbreaking effort to heal the wounds of apartheid through confession and forgiveness rather than punishment. He poured energy into rebuilding a broken education system, knowing that knowledge was the surest path to lasting change. He stepped down after a single term, setting a precedent that leadership was not about power, but about service. And then, in his later years, he became something even greater than a leader. He became a symbol, not of struggle, but of what comes after it. The man who had once been branded a terrorist now stood as a global emblem of reconciliation, his smile warm, his hands outstretched to children, to world leaders, to anyone who believed in the possibility of a better world. His legacy is not just in laws rewritten or elections won, but in the quiet moments, the way a generation of South Africans grew up knowing that justice was possible, the way a prisoner could become a president, the way hatred could give way to hope. His methods were not shortcuts, but the slow, deliberate work of planting trees, whose shade he knew he might never sit under. And so, as we drift toward sleep, we can rest in the knowledge that great change is not always loud or sudden. Sometimes it is the accumulation of small, steady acts, a legal case fought, a speech given, a hand extended in forgiveness. Mandela's life reminds us that the arc of history is long, but it bends toward justice, and that even in the darkest nights, the dawn is quietly, patiently making its way. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. The story of Nelson Mandela is one of quiet turning points, moments where a single decision could have sent his life in an entirely different direction. But in each case, he chose the path that would lead him and his country toward something greater. These were not dramatic, sudden shifts, but rather slow, deliberate steps, like the steady drip of water shaping stone over time. One of the first great crossroads came when he was still a young man, studying law in Johannesburg. Mandela had been born into the Thembu royal family, and though not destined to be king himself, he could have easily settled into a comfortable life as a counselor to chiefs, respected but removed from the struggles of ordinary people. Instead, he chose to immerse himself in the city, where the harsh realities of apartheid were impossible to ignore. There, in the crowded streets and the stifling courtrooms, he saw firsthand how laws were twisted into tools of oppression. Had he stayed in the quieter world of tribal leadership, his voice might never have risen above the local. But by stepping into the storm, he began the long journey toward becoming the man history remembers. Then came the moment when he was asked to join the African National Congress, the ANC. At first, it was just another political group among many, a place where ideas were debated, but little seemed to change. But Mandela saw something deeper, a movement that could, if steered correctly, become the voice of millions. He could have remained a lawyer, focusing only on individual cases, defending one person at a time, but he knew the system itself had to be challenged. So he threw himself into the work, helping to reshape the ANC into a force for mass resistance. It was a decision that would cost him dearly his freedom, his family, nearly his life. But it was also the choice that made everything else possible. Perhaps the most defining turning point came when the ANC, after years of peaceful protest, met only with violence, began to consider armed struggle. Mandela, who had always believed in the power of negotiation, found himself wrestling with a terrible question. Was it possible to fight for justice without becoming what you opposed? For him, the answer was not in blind violence, but in disciplined, targeted resistance, a way to make the apartheid government listen without losing the moral high ground. He helped form Umkhonto weSizwe, the armed wing of the ANC, not out of bloodlust, but out of the painful realization that sometimes oppression leaves no other choice. Had he refused this path, the movement might have fractured, its more radical elements spiraling into chaos. But by taking measured action, he kept the flame of resistance alive without letting it burn out of control. Then, of course, there was the Rivonia trial, where Mandela stood in the dock, facing the death penalty. Here, he could have begged for mercy or remained silent, hoping for a lesser sentence. That speech, calm and unwavering, transformed him from a defendant into a symbol. Even as the judge sentenced him to life in prison, Mandela had already won something far greater, the undying respect of a nation and the world. Had he faltered in that moment, had he allowed fear to shape his words, history might have forgotten him. But his courage in the face of death ensured that his voice would never be silenced. The years on Robben Island were a slow, grinding test of will. Many would have broken under the weight of such isolation. The endless labor in the limestone quarry, the petty humiliations designed to crush the spirit. But Mandela turned prison into a university, studying his enemies, learning their language, their fears, their weaknesses. He exercised his body and his mind, knowing that one day he would need both. He even reached out to his jailers, not with hatred, but with a quiet insistence on their shared humanity. It was in these small, daily choices to resist bitterness, to keep learning, to see the man behind the uniform, that the foundation of his future leadership was laid. Had he allowed himself to drown in anger, he might have emerged from prison a hardened revolutionary, incapable of the reconciliation South Africa would so desperately need. Instead, he became something far more powerful, a man who had suffered deeply, yet refused to hate. And then, the final, most delicate turning point, the negotiations. After 27 years in prison, Mandela was offered freedom, but on terms that would have forced him to abandon the struggle. He refused. He would not walk out alone. His people had to walk out with him. When he was finally released, the world expected a fiery revolutionary, a man bent on vengeance. Instead, they found a calm, deliberate leader, one who understood that true victory would not come through the defeat of his enemies, but through their transformation. He sat down with the very men who had jailed him, who had enforced apartheid's cruelty, and he spoke not of retribution, but of a shared future. Had he chosen the path of division, South Africa might have been torn apart by civil war, but by extending a hand instead of a fist, he made possible the miracle of peaceful change. Even in his presidency, Mandela faced critical choices. He could have used his power to reward his allies and punish his foes. Instead, he formed a government that included his former enemies, knowing that reconciliation could not be built on exclusion. He stepped down after a single term, refusing to cling to power, proving that democracy was stronger than any one leader. And in his retirement, he became not a distant elder, but a living reminder of what had been overcome. A man who could laugh with children, who could share a meal with old adversaries, who could show the world that even the deepest wounds could heal. Each of these turning points was a quiet revolution, a choice made not for glory, but for the slow, patient work of building something that would last. Mandela's life reminds us that the most important decisions are often the ones made without fanfare, the small acts of courage that accumulate into history. And as we drift toward sleep, we can take comfort in knowing that even in our own lives, the smallest choices to be kind, to be brave, to hope, can bend the arc of the world ever so gently toward justice. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Nelson Mandela's life was woven together by the many relationships he nurtured, some fleeting, some lifelong, all leaving their mark on the man who would become a symbol of hope for the world. His connections stretched across love and friendship, family and politics, each one shaping him as much as he shaped them. His first marriage to Evelyn Mace was a union of youthful hope, two young people drawn together by shared roots in the Transkei, and a common devotion to the struggle for justice. They built a quiet life in the early years, raising children while Mandela studied law and began his political awakening. But as his commitment to the anti-apartheid movement deepened, the demands on his time grew, and the distance between them widened. Evelyn, a devout Jehovah's Witness, could not reconcile her faith with her husband's increasing militancy. The love that had once been a refuge became strained, and in time it quietly dissolved. There was no great bitterness in their parting, only the quiet sadness of two people who had grown in different directions. Years later, when Mandela was imprisoned, Evelyn would still visit him, a reminder that even endings could hold traces of kindness. Then came Winnie Madikizela, a woman whose fire matched his own. She was young, brilliant, and unafraid when they met, her spirit captivating him instantly. Their love burned bright and fast, a passionate partnership bound by politics as much as by heart. While Mandela was underground, then in prison, Winnie became his voice in the world, a fearless advocate who refused to be silenced. But the weight of separation and the brutality of apartheid twisted something between them. The woman who had once been his pillar became embroiled in controversy, her methods growing increasingly militant. By the time Mandela walked free, their marriage was a shadow of what it had been. The divorce was painful, a public unraveling of a love that had once seemed unbreakable. Yet, even then, Mandela spoke of her with respect, acknowledging the sacrifices she had made. Their bond, though fractured, remained part of his story, a testament to how love could be both a strength and a wound. In his later years, he found a different kind of partnership with Graça Machel, the widow of Mozambican leader Samora Machel. Their connection was quieter, built on mutual understanding rather than fiery passion. She had known loss just as he had. She understood the weight of leadership, the exhaustion of being a symbol. Together, they created a gentle space of companionship, a love that was less about grand gestures and more about shared silence, the comfort of knowing someone else carried the same burdens. When they married on his 80th birthday, it was not the dramatic romance of his youth, but something softer, wiser, a love that knew how precious time could be. Beyond romance, Mandela's friendships were the scaffolding of his life. Walter Sisulu was more than a comrade. He was a brother, a mentor, the steady voice that guided Mandela even in moments of doubt. Sisulu saw the leader in him before Mandela saw it himself, nurturing his potential with quiet patience. Their bond endured through decades of struggle, through trials and prison cells, until Sisulu's death left Mandela grieving not just a friend, but a piece of his own history. Oliver Tambo, too, was a kindred spirit, the man who kept the ANC alive in exile while Mandela languished in prison. Their letters, filled with coded language and hidden warmth were lifelines, proof that even in isolation, he was never truly alone. And then there were the unexpected friendships, the ones that defied the logic of hatred. When he was imprisoned on Robben Island, Mandela made a conscious choice. He would not let bitterness poison his spirit. He spoke respectfully to the guards, asked about their families, remembered their names. Over time, some of these men, the very enforcers of apartheid's cruelty, began to see him not as a threat, but as a human being. One guard, Christo Brand, started as a wary young man assigned to monitor the prisoners. But Mandela's kindness wore down his prejudices, and by the end, Brand was smuggling in bread for him, even helping Mandela's family visit. Years later, when Brand fell on hard times, Mandela quietly arranged assistance for him, a gesture that spoke louder than any speech about reconciliation. His family ties were more complicated, a tapestry of love and absence. His children grew up with a father who was often more myth than man, first a fugitive, then a prisoner, then a global icon. The guilt of missing their lives weighed on him, a pain he rarely spoke of, but carried in the quiet moments. Yet when he could, he reached out in small, tender ways. From prison, he wrote letters filled with fatherly advice, urging his daughters to study hard, to be proud of their heritage. After his release, he worked to rebuild those bonds, though the years lost could never be reclaimed. His grandchildren brought him a particular joy, their laughter a balm for the wounds of the past. He would tell them stories, not of battles and prisons, but of his own childhood, of herding cattle in the Transkei Hills, a reminder that before he was a leader, he had been a boy who knew the simple pleasures of running through open fields. Even his political adversaries became, in time, part of his circle of influence. W. de Klerk, the last apartheid-era president, was once his jailer. Yet, when the time came to negotiate South Africa's future, Mandela treated him not as an enemy, but as a partner in the fragile work of peace. Their relationship was never warm. Too much history lay between them, but it was rooted in mutual respect. De Klerk would later say that Mandela's ability to look beyond the past was what made the miracle of transition possible. And then there were the countless ordinary people whose lives brushed against his, leaving traces of connection. The nurses who cared for him in his old age, the drivers who ferried him to meetings, the villagers who greeted him with songs. He had a gift for making each person feel seen. He remembered names, asked about families, laughed at small jokes. It was this ability to connect, to make humanity feel personal, that made him not just a great leader, but a beloved one. As we reflect on these relationships, we see that Mandela's greatness lay not just in his principles, but in his capacity to hold contradictions, to love fiercely and let go gently, to fight injustice without losing his humanity, to forgive without forgetting. His life reminds us that we are all shaped by the people who cross our paths. and that even the briefest connections can leave echoes. And as sleep draws near, we can rest in the thought that love, in all its forms, is never wasted, that every kindness, every act of understanding, ripples outward, touching lives we may never see. So let us drift off with the quiet assurance that our own relationships, however small they may seem, are part of the same tapestry, threads in the weaving of a more compassionate world. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Beyond the speeches and the struggles, the long nights of planning, and the even longer years of waiting, Nelson Mandela was a man who cherished the quiet moments, the ones that filled his soul with warmth and reminded him of life's simple joys. You might imagine him walking slowly in the garden of his home in Houghton, Johannesburg, pausing to touch the petals of a blooming rose, his fingers tracing the delicate edges with the same care he gave to every relationship in his life. The garden was his sanctuary, a place where he could let his thoughts wander, where the weight of the world could lift, if only for a little while. He once said that gardening taught him patience, that watching a seed grow into a flower was a lesson in faith, something he needed during those long years in prison, when hope was sometimes the only thing he had to hold on to. In the early mornings, before the world woke and the demands of leadership called him away, he would sit by the window with a cup of rooibos tea, steam curling gently into the air. He liked it sweet, with just a touch of honey, a small indulgence that reminded him of his childhood in the rolling hills of Quinu. Sometimes, if the air was cool, he would wrap himself in a soft, well-worn sweater, one that had been given to him years ago, and still carried the faint scent of wood smoke and memory. Those quiet hours were when he would write letters, long, thoughtful notes to friends, family, even strangers who had written to him with their own stories. He believed in the power of words, not just the grand speeches that moved nations, but the private ones that mended hearts. His family was the quiet center of his world, the place where he was not Madiba, the statesman, but Tada, the father, the grandfather, the loving presence who told stories by the fire. He adored his grandchildren, their laughter like music in the house, and he would often sneak them small treats when their parents weren't looking, a piece of fruit, a sweet biscuit, a wink that said, "This is our secret." Even in his busiest years, he made time for them, sitting on the floor to play games, or telling them tales of his youth, stories filled with mischievous goats and wide-open skies. To them, he was not a legend, just a man who loved them deeply, whose hands were always warm when they held his. And then there was love, the kind that shaped him, broke him, and in the end made him whole. His marriage to Winnie was a flame that burned bright and fierce, a partnership of passion and pain, of shared dreams and deep sorrows. Even after their paths diverged, he spoke of her with a tenderness that acknowledged all they had been through. Later in life, he found love again with Graça Machel, a woman whose quiet strength matched his own. Their love was softer, a gentle harbor after so many storms. They would sit together in the evenings, sometimes in silence, sometimes sharing stories, her hand resting lightly on his. It was a love built on understanding, on the knowledge that life had given them both scars, but also the grace to heal. Music was another thread woven through his days. He loved the deep, resonant voices of traditional Xhosa songs, the ones that carried the history of his people in their melodies. In prison, singing had been an act of defiance, a way to keep hope alive. Even after his release, he would hum under his breath, his voice low and steady, a private comfort. Jazz, too, held a special place in his heart, the smooth, flowing rhythms of Miles Davis, the soulful cries of Miriam Makeba. He once said that music reminded him that even in struggle, there could be beauty. And then there were the books, the worn volumes that traveled with him from home to prison cell and back again. Shakespeare's plays, with their themes of justice and mercy, were a constant companion. He found solace in poetry, the way words could capture emotions too deep for ordinary speech. Sometimes, late at night, he would read a passage aloud, just to hear the rhythm of the language, to feel the weight of the words in the air. Even his exercise was a kind of meditation. In prison, he had turned his tiny cell into a space for movement, performing push-ups and sit-ups with the same discipline he applied to everything in life. Later, he took up boxing, not for the violence of it, but for the focus, the way it demanded his full attention. He liked the ritual of it, the way his body could remember the motions even when his mind was elsewhere. But perhaps the most revealing thing about Mandela was the way he ended his days. No matter how weary he was, he made time for reflection, for gratitude. He would sit by the window, watching the sun set over Johannesburg, the sky painted in shades of gold and violet. He believed in the importance of looking back, not with regret, but with a quiet understanding of how far he had come. And then, as the stars began to appear, he would smile, just a small, private smile, and whisper a few words of thanks for the day, for the people who had touched his life, for the chance to keep going. And so, as we think of him now, we can imagine him there, in that quiet moment between day and night, a man who had known both darkness and light, who had loved and lost and loved again, who had fought and forgiven, and still found joy in the smallest things. His life reminds us that greatness is not just in the grand gestures, but in the quiet ones, the cup of tea shared, the hand held, the story told to a child at bedtime. And as sleep draws near, we can rest in the thought that each of us carries our own quiet moments, our own small acts of love, and that these, too, are part of the great unfolding story of humanity. The night settles around us like a soft blanket, and we drift, knowing that even in stillness, we are connected to each other, to history, to the gentle, unbreakable thread of kindness that runs through it all like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. Let us drift back in time, following the rhythms of Nelson Mandela's days, tracing the quiet routines that shaped his extraordinary life, from the rolling hills of his childhood in Quinu to the austere confines of Robben Island, and later, the sunlit gardens of his home in Johannesburg. His days unfolded with a quiet steadiness, a rhythm as natural as the turning of the earth. In his earliest years, mornings in Quinu began with the soft light of dawn creeping over the hills, the air cool and fresh with the scent of damp grass. The village stirred slowly, cattle lowing in the distance, the murmur of voices as families began their day. Young Nelson would rise with the sun, his bare feet touching the hard-packed earth as he stepped outside. There was no rush, no urgency, just the unhurried pace of rural life. Breakfast was simple, maize porridge, warm and thick, sometimes sweetened with a little honey if it was a special day. He would eat slowly, listening to the stories of the elders, their voices rising and falling like the wind through the grass. As the sun climbed higher, the children would set off to tend the herds, walking through fields where the grass whispered against their legs. Nelson loved these hours, the way time seemed to stretch and soften under the open sky. He would watch the cattle graze, their slow, steady movements calming, their breath rising in soft clouds in the crisp morning air. There was a deep peace in these moments, a connection to the land that would stay with him always. Later, when he moved to Johannesburg as a young man, the pace of life quickened, but he carried with him that same sense of discipline, of finding quiet even in the rush of the city. He would wake early before the streets grew noisy and take a moment to stretch, feeling the stiffness of sleep fade from his limbs. His small room was spare, a narrow bed, a wooden desk, a single window that let in pale morning light. He would brew strong black coffee, the bitter steam curling up into the air, and sit with a book or a newspaper, reading slowly, absorbing each word. Work in the law office was busy, full of voices and movement, but Mandela moved through it with a measured calm. His desk was always orderly, papers neatly stacked, a fountain pen resting in its holder, a small notebook where he jotted down thoughts and reminders. Even in the midst of meetings and court appearances, he found moments to pause, to listen, to let the weight of a conversation settle before responding. Lunch was often simple, a sandwich eaten at his desk, or if time allowed, a shared meal with colleagues, the conversation easy, laughter threading through the serious talk of cases and politics. Evenings were for study, for quiet reflection. He would return to his room as the city's noise began to fade, the streetlights casting long shadows. A single lamp glowed on his desk as he read late into the night, the pages turning with a soft whisper. Sometimes he would write letters, long, thoughtful messages to friends and family, the ink flowing smoothly from his pen. And always, before sleep, he would take a few moments to stand by the window, looking out at the city, the distant lights like stars fallen to earth. Then came the years on Robben Island, where time moved differently, where every day was a test of patience, of endurance. The mornings began with the clang of the prison bell. Harsh in the cold air, the cell was small, the walls rough against his fingertips. But even there, he carved out moments of quiet routine. He would make his bed with careful precision, smoothing the thin blanket, folding the corners just so the guards might control much, but they could not take this small act of order, of dignity. Breakfast was a meager portion of porridge, eaten slowly to make it last. Then came the long hours of labor in the limestone quarry, the sun beating down, the dust coating his skin. But in the midst of this harshness, he and his fellow prisoners found ways to keep their minds alive. Debates whispered during work. Lessons passed between them in stolen moments. Mandela would sometimes pause, wiping sweat from his brow, and look out at the sea, the endless blue stretching to the horizon, a reminder that the world was still vast, still waiting. Back in his cell, the evenings were for study, for letters written in tiny script to make the most of the paper he was allowed. He would read by the thin light of the bulb, savoring each book, each word, as if it were a treasure. And before sleep, he would sit on the edge of his cot, hands resting on his knees, and breathe deeply, letting the stillness settle over him. He thought of home, of the faces of loved ones, of the world beyond the prison walls. Even in that place of hardship, he held onto hope, onto the quiet certainty that this was not the end of his story. And then, at last, the years of freedom, of a life rebuilt. His home in Johannesburg was a place of warmth, of sunlight filtering through the trees. Mornings began gently, no alarm, just the natural waking as the world outside stirred to life. He would rise and step into the garden, feeling the grass beneath his feet, the dew cool against his skin. Breakfast was a leisurely affair, fresh fruit, toast with marmalade, tea brewed strong the way he liked it. He would sit at the table, the newspaper spread before him, the rustle of the pages, a soft counterpoint to the birdsong outside. His study was a sanctuary, a large wooden desk, shelves lined with books, a window that looked out onto the garden. He would work there for hours, writing, reading, meeting with visitors who came seeking his wisdom. The room smelled of paper and ink, of the faint citrus tang of the polish used on the desk. Even in his later years, when the weight of age made movements slower, his mind remained sharp, his thoughts clear. Lunch was often shared with family or friends, the table lively with conversation, the clink of cutlery against plates a comforting sound. Afternoons were for rest, for quiet. He might take a short nap, or simply sit in the garden, watching the play of light and shadow through the leaves. Sometimes he would receive visitors, young activists, world leaders, old friends, and the talk would flow easily. Stories exchanged, laughter mingling with the rustle of the wind. And then, as evening fell, he would return to that same ritual he had carried through his life, the quiet moment of reflection. He would sit by the window, watching as the sky turned from blue to gold to deep violet, the first stars appearing like distant lanterns. He would think of the day, of the people who had crossed his path, of the small joys and the lingering sorrows. And then, with that small, private smile, he would whisper his thanks for the gift of time, for the love that had sustained him, for the quiet certainty that his life, like all lives, had been part of something greater. And so, as we follow these rhythms, these quiet patterns of his days, we too can feel the gentle pull of rest, the soothing certainty that even in the busiest of lives, there is always a moment to pause, to breathe, to be still. The night wraps around us, soft and deep, and we drift, carried on the quiet current of memory, of peace. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Nelson Mandela's philosophy was not something he learned in a single moment, nor was it a rigid set of rules he followed without question. It was a living, breathing thing, shaped by the land of his birth, the struggles of his people, and the quiet wisdom he gathered over a lifetime from the rolling hills of the Eastern Cape, where he spent his childhood, to the cramped confines of Robben Island, where he spent 18 of his 27 years in prison. His worldview was always evolving, always deepening, like a river carving its way slowly through stone. One of the earliest lessons he carried with him was the value of Ubuntu, a concept deeply rooted in African tradition. Ubuntu is the idea that a person is a person through other people, that our humanity is bound up in one another. As a young man, he heard this philosophy in the stories told by elders, in the way his community shared food, laughter, and burdens. It was not just a saying to him, it was the foundation of how he saw the world, even in the darkest times, when hatred and division seemed overwhelming. He held fast to the belief that no one is truly free until all are free. His early years were marked by a fiery determination to fight injustice. As a young lawyer, he saw firsthand the brutal realities of apartheid, the humiliations, the violence, the systematic crushing of human dignity. He joined the African National Congress, believing in the necessity of resistance. Yet even then, his approach was thoughtful, measured. He understood that anger alone could not build a future. If you want to make peace with your enemy, he once said, you have to work with your enemy. This was not naivety. It was a profound recognition that true change required more than force. It required understanding. Prison could have hardened him. The years of breaking rocks in the quarry, the loneliness, the petty cruelties of his jailers, all of it might have turned another man bitter. But Mandela refused to let his spirit be broken. Instead, he used those long, quiet years to reflect, to study, to cultivate patience. He read voraciously history, philosophy, poetry, and corresponded with friends and family, his words carefully measured to slip past the censors. He learned Afrikaans, the language of his oppressors, not out of submission, but out of strategy. He wanted to understand the people he would one day have to negotiate with, to speak to them in their own tongue, to find common ground. One of the most remarkable things about Mandela was his ability to see humanity even in those who denied his own. He spoke of this often, how hatred was a poison one drank, hoping the other person would die. He refused to drink it. There is a story from his time in prison, when a young guard would go out of his way to make Mandela's life difficult. One day, Mandela noticed the guard seemed troubled. Instead of ignoring him or reveling in his distress, Mandela asked gently what was wrong. The guard, surprised by the kindness, confessed that his son was sick. Mandela listened, offered sympathy, and later arranged for a small gift to be sent to the boy. Years later, that same guard would speak of how Mandela's compassion had shaken his beliefs about the men he was ordered to watch over. When he finally walked out of prison in 1990, the world expected a man consumed by vengeance. Instead, they found a leader who spoke of reconciliation. This was not just rhetoric. It was the core of his philosophy, a belief that healing could only come through forgiveness, that the future could not be built on the ruins of the past. As president, he faced the Herculean task of uniting a fractured nation. Some wanted retribution, others wanted to forget the past entirely. Mandela chose a middle path, truth and reconciliation. The hearings he championed were not about punishment, but about acknowledgement, about giving victims a chance to be heard and perpetrators a chance to confess. It was messy, painful, imperfect, but it was rooted in his unshakable belief that people could change, that wounds could heal if they were given light and air. Even in his later years, when the weight of age settled upon him, his philosophy remained one of quiet resilience. He never saw himself as a saint, often joking about his flaws and mistakes. He valued laughter, the warmth of family, the simple pleasure of a shared meal. He knew that life was not just about grand struggles, but about the small, everyday acts of kindness that bind people together. And so, as we think of Mandela's life, his beliefs, his slow and steady evolution from fiery youth to elder statesman, we can almost see him sitting in that quiet evening light, reflecting on the day. His philosophy was not a monument, but a garden, something tended, nurtured, allowed to grow and change with time. It was built on the idea that no one is beyond redemption, that even the deepest divisions can be bridged, and that the true measure of a life is not in its victories, but in its grace. As the stars emerge, one by one, in the vast African sky, we can almost hear his voice, calm and steady, reminding us that the night does not last forever. That morning always comes, and with that thought, gentle as a sigh. We let the words settle over us like a blanket, warm and heavy, carrying us into sleep. With each breath becoming slower and deeper, let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Nelson Mandela's life was not one of unbroken ease or constant triumph. It was marked by deep valleys as much as soaring peaks, by moments of crushing disappointment alongside hard-won victories. Yet through it all, he carried himself with a quiet strength, a belief that even the darkest night would eventually give way to dawn. His resilience was not the loud, defiant kind, but something softer, more enduring, like a tree bending in the wind, but never breaking. From his earliest days, he knew the sting of injustice, born into a world where the color of his skin dictated his future. He felt the weight of apartheid's cruelty long before he understood its full meaning. As a young man, he dreamed of becoming a lawyer, a path that seemed impossible under a system designed to keep Black South Africans from rising. But instead of surrendering to despair, he turned his frustration into fuel. He studied tirelessly, his determination a quiet flame burning against the cold winds of oppression. Even when doors were slammed in his face, he refused to accept that they would remain closed forever. Then came the years of activism, a time when hope and danger walked hand in hand. He joined the African National Congress, believing in the power of peaceful resistance, in the idea that change could come through words and reason. But the government's response was brutal beatings, arrests, bans that silenced his voice. When peaceful protest was met with violence, he faced a choice: abandon the fight or embrace more drastic measures. It was a painful decision, one that weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet he knew that sometimes even the gentlest soul must stand firm against tyranny. His arrest in 1962 marked the beginning of a new kind of struggle. The Rivonia trial loomed before him, a moment when the state sought not just to imprison him, but to break his spirit. Facing the possibility of execution, he stood in the courtroom, not with defiance, but with dignity. His words were calm, measured, a testament to his unshakable belief in justice. The sentence was life imprisonment, not death, but Robben Island would become its own kind of grave, a place meant to bury men alive. The prison years tested him in ways few could imagine. The cell was small, the labor backbreaking, the guards cruel. The walls were meant to crush hope, to make him forget the world beyond. Yet even there, in that barren place, he found ways to nurture his spirit. He studied, read letters from loved ones, whispered conversations with fellow prisoners. He learned that resilience was not about ignoring pain, but about enduring it without letting it extinguish his humanity. The guards could take his freedom, but they could not take his mind, his dignity, his belief that one day justice would prevail. There were moments when despair crept in, when the years stretched before him like an endless road. He missed his family, the laughter of his children, the warmth of his wife's hand in his. He grieved the time lost, the moments he would never get back. But he refused to let bitterness take root. Instead, he turned his suffering into compassion, his loneliness into a deeper understanding of others. He spoke with guards, not as enemies, but as men who might one day see the wrong they were part of. It was a slow, patient work, the kind that changes hearts one whisper at a time. When freedom finally came, after 27 long years, the world expected anger, a demand for retribution. But Mandela walked out of prison with his hands open, not clenched. He knew that South Africa's future depended not on vengeance, but on reconciliation. The road ahead was fraught with peril, political strife, violence, the fear that old wounds would never heal. Yet he met each challenge with the same steady resolve. He spoke to crowds who had once hated him, listened to stories of pain, and gently guided a fractured nation towards something new. Even in his presidency, the struggles did not end. The weight of leadership was heavy, the expectations immense. There were missteps, moments when the path forward seemed unclear. But he never pretended to have all the answers. He led with humility, admitting his mistakes, learning from them, always moving forward. He understood that true strength was not in never falling, but in rising each time he did. And so, as we think of Mandela's life, we see not just the triumphs, but the quiet courage that carried him through the storms. His was a journey marked by patience, by the belief that even the longest night must eventually end. His resilience was not in grand gestures, but in small, steady acts of hope, planting seeds in barren soil, trusting that one day they would grow. As the stars continue their slow journey across the sky, and the world settles into hush, we can almost feel his presence, a reminder that no challenge is too great when faced with grace. And with that thought, soft as a whisper, we let our eyes grow heavy, carried into sleep by the gentle rhythm of his enduring belief. That morning always comes. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period beneath the towering public figure, the statesman whose name echoed across continents. Nelson Mandela carried within him quiet passions and unspoken joys, small, tender details that made him deeply human. Few knew, for instance, how much he loved the simple pleasure of gardening, how his fingers, toughened by years of hard labor on Robben Island, still found solace in the soft earth, in the quiet hours of dawn, before the weight of the world settled on his shoulders. He would sometimes kneel in the soil, tending to the plants with a care that mirrored his patience with people. He once whispered to a friend that watching a seedling push through the dirt reminded him of his own journey, slow, unseen at first, but inevitable in its rise toward the light. There was also his unexpected fondness for boxing, a passion from his younger days that never quite left him. He had taken up the sport as a young man in Johannesburg, not for aggression, but for discipline, the rhythm of footwork, the measured control of breath, the way a boxer must think 3 moves ahead. These were lessons he carried into politics. Even in his later years, he would sometimes shadowbox in private, his movements slow but precise, a silent dance of memory and muscle. It was a contradiction, perhaps, that a man so devoted to peace found solace in a fighter's art. But for Mandela, boxing was never about violence. It was about endurance, about learning to stand when every instinct said to fall. And then there was music, the secret thread that wove through his life. He had a deep, resonant singing voice, though he rarely sang in public unless surrounded by comrades during the struggle. In prison, songs became a lifeline, a way to whisper hope when words failed. He would hum old Kosa melodies under his breath, the vibrations, a quiet rebellion against the silence of his cell. Years later, when he became president, he surprised his staff by sometimes breaking into song during meetings, his rich baritone filling the room with warmth. One aide recalled how, after a particularly tense negotiation, Mandela leaned back in his chair and softly sang a folk song from his childhood, his eyes distant yet full of quiet joy. In that moment, the weight of leadership lifted, if only for a breath, and he was simply a man who loved to sing. He also had a mischievous side, a playful humor that few outside his inner circle ever saw. Despite his dignified presence, he loved telling jokes, often at his own expense. Once, during a formal dinner with foreign dignitaries, he noticed a young waiter trembling as he poured wine. The waiter burst into relieved laughter, and the tension dissolved like mist in sunlight. Another time, when a journalist asked him how he stayed so patient after years of imprisonment, he smiled and said, "Practice." And even his daily rituals held quiet surprises. He was a man of routine, rising early, but he had one small indulgence: tea. Not just any tea, but a carefully prepared rooibos brew, sweetened with honey, sipped slowly as he watched the sunrise. He believed there was wisdom in stillness, in taking time to simply be. Some mornings, if the air was crisp and the world still hushed, he would sit by the window and let his thoughts drift, his hands wrapped around the warm cup like an anchor. And then there were the letters, thousands of them, written in his neat, deliberate hand. While the world knew of his political correspondence, few saw the personal notes he sent to friends, to children, even to strangers who wrote to him with their sorrows. He answered as many as he could, his words gentle, his advice never rushed. To a grieving widow, he once wrote, "The heart remembers in its own time." Perhaps most surprising was his quiet love for children. Despite the gravity of his life's work, he had a way of softening in their presence, of listening to their chatter as if it were the most important conversation in the world. He would kneel to meet their eyes, ask them questions, and sometimes, if they were very small, let them play with his glasses, laughing as they marveled at how the lenses made the world blurry and clear all at once. A bodyguard once recalled how, after a long day of speeches, Mandela spent an hour sitting on the floor with a group of toddlers, building a tower of blocks, his laughter as light as theirs. In these small, unguarded moments, the legend faded, and what remained was simply a man who loved the earth, who found music in silence, who carried both sorrow and joy with equal grace. He was not perfect, and he never claimed to be. There were days when the past weighed heavily, when the memories of prison or the burdens of leadership made him retreat into quiet reflection. But even then, he understood the power of small kindnesses, of laughter, of planting seeds, literal and metaphorical, and trusting that they would grow. So as the night deepens and the world outside grows still, let us remember not just the speeches and the triumphs, but also the man who tended gardens, who sang softly to himself, who knew the weight of history but never let it crush his joy. In these quiet details, we find not a distant icon, but a human being flawed, tender, enduring. And with that thought, like a lullaby woven from memory, we can close our eyes, rest, and dream of mornings where even the smallest seeds find their way to the sun. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. To understand Nelson Mandela's life, we must first step back into the world he was born into, a world of deep contrasts, where the winds of change were beginning to stir, though slowly, like the first light of dawn creeping over the horizon. He was born in 1918 in the small village of Mvizo, nestled in the rolling hills of South Africa's Eastern Cape. This was a time when the world was still reeling from the devastation of the First World War, a conflict that had reshaped borders and toppled empires, leaving behind a fragile peace. The air was thick with the promise of new ideas, the fight for equality, the stirrings of independence movements across Africa and Asia, and the voices of those who had long been silenced beginning to rise. South Africa, in those early years, was a land under the grip of a system that would later harden into apartheid, the formalized separation of races, a structure designed to keep power in the hands of a white minority. But even before apartheid was codified into law in 1948, the seeds of division were already deeply planted. Mandela grew up in a world where Black South Africans were denied the most basic rights, where they could not vote, where their movements were restricted, where the color of their skin determined the course of their lives. Yet within this harsh reality, there was also resilience, community, and a quiet strength passed down through generations. His childhood was shaped by the traditions of his Thembu heritage, by the stories told by elders under the vast African sky, and by the rhythms of rural life, the planting of crops, the herding of cattle, the sense of belonging to a land that had nurtured his people for centuries. As a young man, Mandela moved to Johannesburg, a city pulsing with energy and tension. 1940s and 1950s were a time of great upheaval around the world. The Second World War had ended, leaving nations to rebuild and redefine themselves. In India, Mahatma Gandhi had led a nonviolent revolution that toppled British rule, proving that colonial powers could be challenged. Across Africa, leaders like Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana and Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya were rallying their people toward independence. These movements did not go unnoticed in South Africa, where the African National Congress, the organization Mandela would later lead, was gaining momentum in its fight against oppression. Mandela's early years in the city were marked by struggle working as a law clerk, studying at night, and slowly becoming drawn into the fight for justice. He was not alone in this awakening. Across the world, the civil rights movement in the United States was gathering strength, with figures like Martin Luther King Jr. echoing the same call for equality. The winds of change were blowing. But in South Africa, the response from the government was brutal. Laws were passed to crush dissent, to silence voices, to enforce segregation with even greater cruelty. The Defiance Campaign of 1952, in which Mandela played a key role, was one of the first large-scale protests against these injustices. A bold, peaceful resistance met with violence and arrests. The 1960s arrived like a storm. It was a decade of revolution, of young people demanding change, of music and art that challenged the status quo. But in South Africa, the situation grew darker. The Sharpeville Massacre in 1960, where police opened fire on unarmed protesters, killing 69 people, marked a turning point. The ANC was banned, and Mandela, once committed to nonviolence, began to see armed struggle as the only remaining option. He helped form Umkhonto we Sizwe, the armed wing of the ANC, though even then, his actions were measured, aimed at sabotage rather than loss of life. And then, in 1964, came the trial that would change everything. The Rivonia trial, named after the suburb where Mandela and his comrades were captured, was a spectacle watched by the world. Facing the death penalty, Mandela stood in the courtroom and delivered a speech that would echo through history. I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination, he said. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. The sentence was life imprisonment. For the next 27 years, Mandela would live in a small cell on Robben Island, a rocky outcrop off the coast of Cape Town. The world outside continued to turn. The 1970s and 80s saw the rise of global anti-apartheid movements. Students on campuses from London to New York demanding divestment. Musicians organizing concerts to raise awareness. Ordinary people refusing to buy South African goods. Inside South Africa, protests grew louder, more defiant, despite the crackdowns. And all the while, Mandela remained behind bars, his name becoming a symbol. A whisper of hope passed between those who still believed in justice. Prison could have broken him. The conditions were harsh, hard labor in limestone quarries, the glare of the sun damaging his eyes, the endless monotony of days measured in footsteps and silence. But Mandela turned his cell into a classroom. He studied, he taught others. He gardened, planting tomatoes and chilies in the prison yard, watching life grow even in the most unforgiving soil. He negotiated with his jailers, not with anger, but with patience, understanding that even they were trapped in a system they did not create. And then, slowly, the world began to shift. By the late 1980s, apartheid was crumbling under its own weight. De Klerk knew change was inevitable. On February 11, 1990, Mandela walked free, his hand raised in triumph, his face alight with a smile that seemed to carry the weight of all those lost years. The 1990s were a time of reconciliation, of a nation holding its breath as it stepped away from the abyss. Mandela, now in his 70s, led with a grace that few could have imagined. He did not seek revenge. Instead, he spoke of forgiveness, of unity, of a South Africa that belonged to all who lived in it. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, led by Archbishop Desmond Tutu, became a space where victims and perpetrators alike could speak, could grieve, could begin to heal. And then, in 1994, the unthinkable happened. South Africa held its first democratic elections. People stood in lines that stretched for miles, waiting for hours to cast their vote. Mandela, once a prisoner, became president. His inauguration was a moment of pure joy, a rainbow nation, as he called it, stepping into the light. The years that followed were not without challenges. Poverty, inequality, the scars of the past, these could not be erased overnight. But Mandela's leadership was never about perfection. It was about showing what was possible when people chose hope over hatred, when they refused to let history dictate their future. And so, as the night settles around us, let us think of this man not as a statue or a symbol, but as someone who laughed with children, who tended his garden, who knew the weight of the world and still found reasons to smile. His life was shaped by the currents of history, by the struggles of his time, but also by the quiet moments, the songs sung in prison, the letters written to loved ones, the belief that even in the darkest night, morning would come. And with that thought, we can rest, knowing that the world moves forward, one small act of kindness, one seed planted at a time. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Nelson Mandela's impact on culture, society, and the world of political leadership was not a sudden force, but a slow, steady current that reshaped the landscape long after he had walked through it. His influence was not measured in laws passed alone, though there were many. nor in speeches delivered, though his words echoed across continents. It was in the way he made people believe that change was possible, that reconciliation was not just a dream, but something that could be woven into the fabric of daily life. When he emerged from prison after 27 years, the world expected bitterness, a hardened heart. Instead, they found a man who spoke of forgiveness, who extended his hand to those who had once oppressed him. This act alone shifted something profound in the collective consciousness. It made people question their own grudges, their own divisions. If a man who had suffered so deeply could choose peace, then perhaps others could too. This was Mandela's quiet revolution, not fought with weapons, but with a refusal to let hatred define the future. In the years that followed, his leadership became a living lesson in patience and persistence. He understood that true transformation was not about dramatic upheavals, but about the slow, deliberate work of rebuilding trust. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, an idea born from his vision, became a model for healing fractured societies around the world. It was not perfect, no process of such magnitude ever is, but it offered something radical: the chance to speak, to be heard, to acknowledge pain without perpetuating cycles of vengeance. Other nations struggling with their own histories of violence looked to South Africa and saw that there might be another way forward. Culturally, Mandela's presence was like a ripple in still water. Artists, musicians, and writers found inspiration in his story, not because it was free of struggle, but because it was so deeply human. Songs were written about him, not as a distant hero, but as a man who had known loneliness, longing, and yet still carried hope. His image became a symbol, but he resisted being turned into a myth. He wanted people to see him as he was: flawed, determined, and always learning. This humility made his influence even more enduring. He did not ask for worship, only for action, for others to take up the work he had begun. Sports, too, became a stage for his vision. The 1995 Rugby World Cup, held in South Africa just a year after his election, was more than a game. It was a deliberate act of unity. Rugby had once been a symbol of division, a sport associated with the apartheid regime. But Mandela walked onto that field wearing the jersey of the Springboks, a gesture so simple, and yet so profound that it shifted the meaning of the sport forever. In that moment, he showed that symbols could be reclaimed, that what once divided could now unite. The crowd, once segregated, cheered together, and the world watched as a nation took its first steps toward healing. Public perception of Mandela shifted over time, not because he changed, but because the world began to see him more clearly. At first, he was a prisoner, then a revolutionary, then a statesman. But as the years passed, people came to understand that he was something even rarer, a leader who did not cling to power, who stepped aside when the time was right, who believed in the next generation more than in his own legacy. This alone set him apart in a world where so many leaders grasp for control. His willingness to let go made his influence all the more lasting. In the realm of education, Mandela's belief in knowledge as a tool for liberation took root. He often said that education was the most powerful weapon one could use to change the world, and he lived those words. Even in prison, he studied, taught others, and never stopped learning. After his release, he poured energy into building schools, supporting literacy programs, and ensuring that the children of South Africa would have opportunities he had been denied. Today, scholarships and foundations in his name continue this work, nurturing young minds who will carry the torch forward. His impact on global leadership cannot be overstated. Mandela redefined what it meant to lead with moral authority. He showed that strength did not have to be loud or aggressive, that true power lay in restraint, in the ability to listen, to compromise without abandoning principle. Leaders from every corner of the earth sought his counsel, not because he had all the answers, but because he understood the weight of difficult choices. He never pretended that reconciliation was easy, only that it was necessary. Even in his later years, when he had stepped back from public life, his presence was felt. Birthdays became celebrations of service, as people around the world were encouraged to give 67 minutes of their time to help others, a nod to the 67 years he had spent fighting for justice. This simple idea, like so much of his legacy, was about turning memory into action. He did not want to be remembered with statues or grand monuments, but with acts of kindness, with the quiet work of making the world a little fairer, a little kinder. And now, as we think of him in the stillness of night, we see how deeply his influence lingers. It is in the way people still speak his name with reverence, but also with warmth, as one might speak of a wise elder. It is in the way his example continues to guide those who fight for justice, not with rage alone, but with an unshakable belief in humanity's better angels. His legacy is not frozen in time, but alive in every small act of courage, in every hand extended across old divides. The world moves on, as it always does, but some lights never fade. Mandela's was one of them, a light that reminded us that no night is endless, that morning always comes, and that the work of building a better world is never truly finished. It is carried forward, one step, one breath, one act of grace at a time. And with that thought, we can close our eyes, knowing that even in sleep, the world is still turning, still learning, still growing, just as he believed it could. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. There was a quiet moment in the early years of Nelson Mandela's imprisonment on Robben Island, one that revealed so much about the man behind the legend. The prisoners were made to break rocks in a limestone quarry under the scorching sun, their eyes burning from the glare, their hands blistered and raw. The guards, hoping to crush their spirits, worked them mercilessly. But Mandela noticed something. The lime dust was damaging their eyes, and many of the men, already weakened by poor rations, were suffering. So, he did something small but profound. He organized the men into shifts, taking turns to stand in a way that cast a shadow for the others to work in. It wasn't much, just a sliver of shade, but it was a gesture of care in a place designed to strip them of dignity. Years later, some of those same men would recall how Mandela, even in that brutal place, was always thinking of others, always finding ways to make the unbearable just a little easier to endure. One of the lesser-known stories from his youth speaks to the mischievous side of Mandela, a man often remembered for his solemn wisdom, but who, in his younger days, had a spark of playful defiance. As a student at Fort Hare University, he and his friend Oliver Tambo were caught stealing food from the dining hall. It wasn't greed that drove them, it was hunger, the portions being too meager for young men with endless energy. When confronted, Mandela didn't deny it. The officials were so taken aback by his boldness that they let him off with a warning. It was a small rebellion, but it showed the seeds of the man he would become, someone unafraid to speak truth to power, even over something as simple as a stolen loaf of bread. Years later, during the darkest days of his imprisonment, Mandela found solace in the most unexpected places. One of his fellow prisoners, a man named Ahmed Kathrada, recalled how Mandela would carefully tend to a small garden in the prison courtyard. The soil was poor, the space tiny, but he nurtured it with the same patience he brought to his political work. He grew vegetables, tomatoes, onions, chilies, and shared them with the other inmates. The guards, puzzled by this gentle act of cultivation in a place meant for punishment, eventually let him keep at it. To Mandela, it wasn't just about food. It was about dignity, about proving that even in confinement, life could grow. Years later, when he was free, he would say that planting those seeds was one of the things that kept him sane. There's a story from his time as president that few people know, one that reveals his deep sense of fairness. One evening, after a long day of meetings, Mandela was being driven home when he noticed his security team was exhausted. Without a word, he asked the driver to pull over at a roadside cafe. The guards, startled, watched as Mandela stepped out and returned with a tray of hot coffees. "You work too hard," he said, handing them out. It was a small act, but to those men, it was unforgettable. The president of a nation, a man who had every reason to be weary himself, taking a moment to care for those who cared for him. Another quiet moment from his later years speaks to his humility. After leaving office, Mandela moved into a modest home in Quinu, the village of his childhood. One morning, a group of local children, knowing he lived there, but not fully grasping who he was, knocked on his door. They were selling homemade crafts to raise money for their school. Mandela, instead of brushing them off, invited them in, listened to their pitch, and bought something from each of them. Then he sat with them in the shade of a tree and told them stories about his own childhood, about how he used to herd cattle in those very hills. To those children, he wasn't a global icon. He was just a kind old man with good stories, and that, perhaps, was how he preferred it. Even his sense of humor remained sharp in his later years. During a visit by the British royal family, Mandela was asked if he ever missed the quiet life of retirement. The remark was typical of him, light, self-deprecating, but carrying a deeper truth about gratitude. And then there was the time, long before his imprisonment, when Mandela was a young lawyer in Johannesburg. He and Oliver Tambo ran the only black law firm in the city, and their office was a tiny, cramped space with barely enough room for their desks. Clients would line up down the hallway, many of them poor, many of them cheated by the system. Mandela and Tambo often worked for free, knowing their clients couldn't pay. Mandela, without raising his voice, replied, "Your Honor, education is never a burden." The courtroom fell silent. The magistrate, for once, had no retort. In his final years, Mandela became a symbol not just of resistance, but of reconciliation. There's a beautiful story about a former prison guard from Robben Island who, years after apartheid ended, traveled to Mandela's home, trembling with fear that he would be turned away. Instead, Mandela welcomed him with tea. The guard, overcome, asked why he was being shown such kindness. Mandela simply said, "Hating you would still mean you have power over me." At these small moments, the shared shade in the quarry, the stolen bread, the garden in the prison yard, the coffee for tired guards, the stories under the tree, they are the quiet threads that make up the tapestry of Mandela's life. They remind us that greatness isn't just in grand speeches or historic decisions, but in the way a person moves through the world, in the kindness they show when no one is watching. And so, as the night deepens and the world grows still, we can let these stories settle softly in our minds, like gentle waves lapping at the shore. Each one a reminder that even in the darkest times, light persists, that even in the harshest places, kindness can take root, and that the legacy of a man like Mandela isn't just in what he achieved, but in how he made people feel seen, valued, and never alone. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. As the sun dipped lower in the sky of Nelson Mandela's remarkable life, his later years became a quiet testament to the power of presence. After stepping down as South Africa's president in 1999, he did not retreat from public life, but instead shifted his focus. Like a river, finding gentler currents after the rush of rapids, his days were no longer filled with the weight of governance, but with the quieter, no less important work of tending to the seeds he had planted: reconciliation, education, and the simple belief in human dignity. He returned often to Quenu, the rural village of his childhood, where the rolling hills and open skies seemed to hold him close. There, he would walk slowly, sometimes with a cane, taking in the scent of earth after rain, the sound of cattle lowing in the distance. It was a place where time moved differently, where the past and the present could sit together, side by side, without urgency. Visitors who came to see him, there often remarked how the lines on his face softened in those moments, how the weight of the world seemed to lift when he was home. But even in retirement, Mandela's voice remained a beacon. He spoke out against poverty, against HIV/AIDS, a crisis that gripped South Africa with a ferocity that demanded attention. He lost loved ones to the disease, and in his grief, he found resolve. With his characteristic quiet strength, he worked to dismantle the stigma surrounding it, appearing at rallies, holding the hands of those who had been cast aside, reminding the world that no one should suffer in silence. His foundation poured resources into education, believing, as he always had, that knowledge was the surest path to freedom. And then there were the small moments, the ones that never made headlines, but lingered in the hearts of those who witnessed them. The way he would stop to greet children, crouching down to their height so they wouldn't have to look up at him. The way he remembered names, even decades later, as if time in prison had only sharpened his memory for the people who mattered. The way he laughed deep and full, as if joy, too, was a kind of resistance. In 2004, at the age of 85, he announced his retreat from public life, not with fanfare, but with the same grace that had marked his every step. "Do not call me," he said gently. It was a request for stillness, for the right to spend his remaining days in peace. And yet, even in stepping back, his presence remained a quiet force. Birthdays became celebrations not just of his life, but of the causes he held dear. His 90th birthday in 2008 was marked not by grand parties, but by gatherings in villages and townships, where people planted trees, shared meals, and told stories of how his life had touched theirs. His home in Johannesburg, warm and unassuming, became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking wisdom, or simply the chance to sit in the same room as a man who had changed history. Visitors spoke of the way the light filtered through the curtains in the afternoons, casting soft golden patterns on the floor. They remembered the sound of his voice, low and steady, the way he listened as much as he spoke, and always there was tea offered not as a formality, but as an act of welcome, a reminder that even the simplest gestures could be sacred. As the years passed, his body grew frail, but his spirit remained unbroken. He spent more time in quiet reflection, surrounded by family, by photographs of a life that stretched across decades of struggle and triumph. He spoke often of the ancestors, of the long line of voices that had guided him, and of the future, always the future, which he trusted to the next generation. When he left this world on December 5, 2013, The grief was immense, but so was the gratitude. Across South Africa and across the globe, people lit candles, sang songs, told stories. They gathered not in mourning, but in celebration of a life that had reminded them of their own capacity for courage, for forgiveness, for love. His memorial service was a sea of umbrellas under a soft rain, as if the sky itself wept gently for the passing of a man who had brought so much light. And yet, Mandela's legacy was never meant to be frozen in time, like a statue in a square. It lives in the everyday choices of those who carry his example forward. The teacher who believes in a child others have given up on. The activist who refuses to hate. The ordinary person who chooses kindness when it would be easier to turn away. His name is whispered in classrooms, in courtrooms, in the quiet moments when someone must decide what kind of world they want to live in. In the end, perhaps his greatest lesson was this: that freedom is not just the absence of chains, but the presence of something deeper, the ability to see humanity even in those who have denied it to you. The courage to love when love seems impossible. The strength to keep walking, step by step, toward a horizon you may never reach. And so, as the night wraps around us like a soft blanket, we can rest in the knowledge that Mandela's story does not end. It continues in the rustle of leaves, in the trees he planted, in the laughter of children who learn his name, in the quiet acts of grace that ripple outward, unseen but unbroken. His was a life that taught us how to live. And if we listen closely in the stillness, we can still hear his voice, gentle as a breeze, reminding us that the work of healing the world begins, always, with the heart. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Nelson Mandela's legacy is not a thing of the past, not a distant echo fading into history. It is alive, breathing in the rhythm of daily life, in the quiet moments where people choose compassion over cruelty, reconciliation over revenge. His influence moves like a slow, steady river, carving its way through time, shaping the landscapes of justice and equality in ways both seen and unseen. Think of the young activists today, standing in the footprints he left behind. They may never have met him, but his spirit guides their steps. When Malala Yousafzai speaks of education as a right for all children, when Greta Thunberg demands action for the planet, when Colin Kaepernick takes a knee for racial justice, they are walking paths Mandela helped to clear. They may call him by different names, may face different struggles, but the thread connecting them is the same unwavering belief that change is possible, even when the odds seem insurmountable. Or consider the teachers in classrooms around the world who tell their students about the man who spent 27 years in prison, yet emerged without bitterness. They speak of him not as a myth, but as a human being who stumbled, doubted, but never stopped believing in the dignity of all people. And in those classrooms, children learn that justice is not just a word, in a history book. It is something they, too, can help to build, one small act of fairness at a time. Mandela's ideas have been reinterpreted, stretched, and sometimes challenged, as all great ideas must be. Some say his vision of reconciliation was too forgiving, that true justice requires more than understanding. Others argue that the world he helped shape still carries deep inequalities, that the work is far from finished. And they are right. Mandela himself would have agreed. He never claimed to have all the answers, only the certainty that hatred would never be the solution. His legacy is not a completed blueprint, but an invitation to question, to adapt, to keep striving for something better. Institutions, too, have been shaped by his presence. The Nelson Mandela Foundation continues his work, not by preserving his memory as if behind glass, but by nurturing new conversations about justice and equality. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission he championed in South Africa became a model for other nations seeking to heal after conflict, from Rwanda to Colombia. Even the United Nations, in declaring his birthday Nelson Mandela International Day, did not just honor a man, they honored an idea, a call to action, reminding the world that every individual has the power to make a difference. And then there are the quieter ways his influence lingers. The prison on Robben Island, once a place of suffering, is now a museum where visitors walk the halls and touch the walls he once touched, not with anger, but with reflection. The rugby fields where he sought to unite a divided nation still echo with the cheers of those who remember how sport became a bridge. Even the simple act of sharing a meal, of sitting down with someone who once seemed an enemy, this, too, carries his spirit. But perhaps the most profound testament to Mandela's legacy is how it lives in ordinary lives. The parent who teaches their child to stand up for the bullied classmate, the neighbor who reaches out across old divisions, the young person who volunteers in their community, not for recognition, but because they believe in something greater than themselves. These are the quiet victories, the uncelebrated moments where Mandela's lessons take root and grow. His name is spoken in many languages, in many places, but it is not just a name, it is a way of being, a reminder that courage is not the absence of fear, but the will to act despite it. That forgiveness is not weakness, but the hardest kind of strength. That leadership is not about power, but about service. The night is deep now, the world hushed and still. But if you listen closely, you can almost hear the whisper of his legacy in the wind. It is there in the rustle of pages as a student reads about his life, in the murmur of a conversation between old adversaries finding common ground, in the quiet resolve of someone who decides today is the day they will speak up, stand up, take one small step toward a better world. Mandela's story did not end when he left this earth. It continues in every act of kindness, every moment of courage, every heart that refuses to give up on the belief that people can change, that the world can heal. His voice is not gone. It has simply become part of the chorus, blending with the voices of all those who carry his dream forward. And so, as sleep draws near, let his legacy be a gentle lullaby, a reminder that even in the darkest night, the morning will come, that the work of justice, of love, of reconciliation is never truly finished, but that each of us can add our own small stitch to the tapestry. Rest now, knowing that the story goes on, that somewhere, someone is planting a seed, mending a broken bond, whispering his name like a promise. And in that quiet, hopeful act, Mandela's light still shines. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. Nelson Mandela's story is often told in broad strokes, painted with the colors of heroism and saintliness, as if he emerged fully formed from the struggle, untouched by doubt or imperfection. But like all great lives, his was woven with threads of complexity, moments of contradiction, and choices that were not always as simple as history remembers them. In the quiet hush of night, let us gently unravel some of the myths that have softened the edges of his journey, restoring the human texture that makes his legacy all the more remarkable. One of the most persistent myths is that Mandela was always a man of peace, that forgiveness came naturally to him, as if he had been born without anger or the desire for retribution. But the truth is far more stirring. The young Mandela was a firebrand, a lawyer who channeled his fury at apartheid into defiance. He co-founded the armed wing of the African National Congress, believing that sometimes violence was the only language a brutal regime would understand. This is not to diminish his later commitment to reconciliation, but to show that his path was not a straight line from rebellion to redemption. It was a winding road, marked by struggle, imprisonment, and the hard-earned wisdom that true justice could not be built on vengeance. Another common misunderstanding is that Mandela single-handedly ended apartheid. This myth turns history into a fairy tale where one hero changes the world alone. But Mandela would be the first to say that freedom was won by countless people, activists, laborers, mothers, students, and even some within the system who dared to question it. His leadership was vital, but it was part of a vast and messy movement, full of disagreements, setbacks, and sacrifices made by people whose names we may never know. The story is not less inspiring for this truth. It is richer because it reminds us that change is always a collective act. There is also the quiet erasure of Mandela's flaws, as if admitting them would somehow tarnish his legacy. He was, at times, a distant father, a man who missed weddings and funerals because the struggle demanded everything. His first marriage fractured under the weight of his political life, a pain he carried with him. These imperfections do not make him lesser. They make him real. They remind us that even the most extraordinary lives are lived in the tension between duty and love, between the fight for justice and the quiet yearnings of the heart. But the truth was far more fragile. Mandela inherited a country teetering on the edge of chaos, where old wounds could have erupted into new violence at any moment. His genius was not in magically erasing hatred, but in refusing to let it define the future. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, for instance, was not about forgetting the past, but about facing it painfully, honestly, so that the nation could breathe again. Some criticized him for being too forgiving, others for not going far enough. But he walked the narrow path, knowing that healing is slow, that justice and mercy must sometimes hold hands. Even the image of Mandela as a serene elder, smiling benevolently in his later years, can obscure the fire that never left him. After leaving office, he did not retreat into quiet retirement. He spoke out on AIDS when others were silent, challenged the United States on Iraq, and never stopped pushing for economic justice, knowing that political freedom meant little without bread on the table. His voice, though softer with age, remained unafraid. And so, as sleep tugs at the edges of your thoughts, let these nuances settle like moonlight over Mandela's story. He was not a statue, but a man flawed, evolving, stubborn, and wise. His legacy is not a finished painting, but a mosaic still being laid, piece by piece, by those who believe that the world can be kinder than it is. The myths may comfort us, but the truth sustains us, because it tells us that even the greatest among us were human, and that change is possible, not in spite of our imperfections, but through them. Rest now with the quiet knowledge that history is never simple, that heroes are also people, and that Mandela's light still flickers in the small, stubborn acts of hope all around us. The story goes on, not in legend, but in life. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. Nelson Mandela's life was like a long, winding river, sometimes turbulent, sometimes peaceful, but always moving forward with quiet persistence. As you settle into the stillness of this moment, let his story flow gently through your mind, not as a rigid lesson, but as a soft reminder of what it means to endure, to forgive, and to believe in the goodness that lingers even in the darkest corners of the world. He was born into a world that sought to confine him, a world that measured his worth by the color of his skin rather than the depth of his spirit. Yet, from those early days in the rolling hills of the Eastern Cape, there was something unshakable about him, an inner light that no prison cell could dim. His journey was not one of sudden triumph, but of slow, deliberate steps. The young lawyer who refused to accept injustice, the revolutionary who learned that freedom could not be won through hatred, the prisoner who turned his cell into a classroom, teaching himself, and in time, teaching the world. And then, after 27 years, the moment that seemed impossible arrived. He walked out of prison not with fists raised in anger, but with hands open in reconciliation. The world watched in awe as he stood before a divided nation and spoke of unity, of a future where no one would be enslaved by the past. His presidency was not without struggles, and he would be the first to admit his flaws. But what mattered was the choice he made to build rather than destroy, to heal rather than retaliate. Even after leaving office, Mandela never truly rested. He became a quiet force for causes others feared to touch. When the world turned away from the devastation of AIDS, he stepped forward, speaking with the tenderness of a grandfather who had already buried too many children. When powerful nations marched to war, he stood firm, his voice a steady reminder that peace was not merely the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice. And always, always, he returned to the idea that freedom was hollow if it did not fill empty stomachs, if it did not offer dignity to those who had been cast aside. Today, his name is spoken in schools and streets, in speeches and songs. Statues rise in his honor, yet he would likely smile at the irony, knowing that stone cannot capture the warmth of his laughter. The way his eyes crinkled when he told a story, the weariness and wisdom that lived in the lines of his face. He is remembered not as a distant icon, but as a man who danced at his birthday parties, who loved children, who forgave his jailers, but never forgot the suffering of his people. His legacy lingers in the quiet spaces where hope is a choice, not a guarantee. It lives in the teacher who refuses to let a child go hungry, in the activist who speaks truth even when their voice shakes, in the ordinary moments of kindness that stitch a broken world back together. Mandela's gift was not that he was perfect, but that he showed us how to rise again and again without losing sight of our shared humanity. And so, as sleep wraps around you like a soft blanket, let these thoughts drift through your mind like leaves on a slow-moving stream. Nelson Mandela's story does not end with his passing. It continues in every act of courage, in every decision to choose compassion over fear. The world is still learning from him, still growing toward the light he carried. Close your eyes now, breathing deeply, knowing that history is not just made in grand speeches or dramatic revolutions, but in the quiet persistence of everyday people who dare to believe in a better tomorrow. Rest, dear listener, with the gentle assurance that the work of healing the world is not yours to carry alone. It is a shared journey, passed from hand to hand, heart to heart, across time and distance. May you drift into dreams where the best of humanity shines bright, where kindness needs no explanation, and where the echoes of Mandela's laughter remind you that even the longest night gives way to dawn. Sleep peacefully and wake whenever you are ready to take your place in the unending story of a world still learning to be free.